Hello, MGTOW. Hello, man. Let me know how my sound is going. I really don't know. I don't have a sound bar, and that's kind of weird. Um, just wanted to say hello, everybody. Oh, let me. Hello, MGTOW. Hello, man. That tells me how my sound is going. Let me see that. Let me know how my sound. There it is. Okay. Okay, let me go back to the front page of this thing. And hello, RP. Hello. Hello, everybody. That's gonna maybe show up. I haven't done a podcast in such a long time. This is probably just more like a test podcast because I haven't had nothing to say for a real long time. I have nothing to say about anything. I'm just waiting for Joey. And value his friendship. So we'll just sit around here and wait and give me a topic to talk about, and I'll talk about it. I guess topics like always men's rights, MGTOW, stuff like that. We're in the midst of a political lull, so no politics like always, and it's good. Good. We have a war going on in Ukraine. That's an interesting thing. Russia, all of those things. But that doesn't really concern us men in MGTOW. What concerns us men is men's rights and how we're treated in the society. Howdy, MGTOW Smurf. How are you today? It's been a while since I've done this. I haven't started this computer up for so long. Microsoft took over, and it took like almost an hour for me to get all the settings right. Yeah, my last video was a long time ago, Ken. But we're gonna talk. Joey called me yesterday, texted me. I said, "Hello, Black Wolf. How you doing there today?" Joey, Eric, he says, "You want to do a podcast?" It's been. He didn't say it nice. He said, "Joe, it's been long enough. It's been long enough. Come back." So I'm just waiting for him to come in. If you want to come in, there's the. Oh, there we go. I can add Black Wolf to the stream, and let me see if I can hear you.
Hey, everybody.
There you go. Okay, I can hear you. I don't want to turn up your sound too loud. It'll echo. Uh, um, how you doing, Black Wolf?
I'm doing great, man. I'm happy to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a hot minute.
Yeah, it's been a long time. You carved COVID, and it's just all that depressing stuff is just it kind of killed my motivation to be a MGTOW there. But I did. I'm a MGTOW, and that's what I am. And I'm not going to run off with take a wife or anything. We always laugh about that every time someone leaves, don't we? He went off and got himself a girl. Now he's sipping.
Speaking of something, I took a break too because I remember I had COVID, and not to mention I was just going through some family shit, man. My parents just wanting to do everything and explain them that they can't do that right now, and yeah, I came back and was like, "You got to see this. You got to see this." I'm like, "Oh God, what do I got to see?" You gotta. Somebody slept. I was like, "Oh my God."
Somebody.
whole whole internet lit up with this whole Will Smith Chris thing. Just the
Oh
whole
yeah,
internet
that
blew up.
was interesting. That was kind of got me interested with like the simp thing. Will Smith was simping really hard, and it was just obvious to all, and it was just like, oh God, why did he do that? That was something so bizarre. I've never seen that before, and Jada, his wife is she's in an open relationship with him, isn't she?
Yeah, very one-sided open
Oh,
relationship where
very
she's
one-sided open relationship, and
well,
that's our biggest fear. That's MGTOW's biggest fear. You get into these things, you're financially hemmed up. You could be taken for everything on one side. She does what she wants on the other side. There's no morality. The chains of morality are stretched so far by feminism that you don't know where you're going to end up, and then you're stuck between these two things without any rights as a man.
and that's the thing. I mean, to the people, there were people in the comment section that were split. Some people saying, "Oh, he was protecting women. He was being hard. He was being a tough
Yeah.
guy." And I'm thinking, That woman has no respect for this dude, has humiliated him countless times. His son runs around wearing dresses, his daughter shaved her head bald. That whole family is severely, like, they're a head case for the most part. And you're going to get up on stage and slap somebody that's 50. I think a lot of people forget. Chris Rock is almost 60 years old.
Yeah.
And yeah, like, of course, he's not a fighter, he's a comedian. And not to mention, I would
Right.
have been shocked too. I've been very shocked. Like, it wasn't like a random person. If my friend or supposed friend got up on the stage in front of the world and slapped me, punching him would not really be on my mind. It would more like be like, "Wow, dude." I would have been kind of reacted the same way. Like,
That's what he did. He was like, "Wow." That's what he said. He said, "Wow, what?" That was shocking. It was like, it's the whole world, and that's kind of the way I feel about how the simp universe is now. This, they should just make the simp verse.
yeah, yeah, they really ought to, man, because a lot of people saying, "Why didn't he punch back? Why didn't he punch back?" One, that's just not who he is, and two, it's just it wasn't like a random. If it had been a random person, maybe he would have, but it was like you could see the look on his face, like shock, confusion,
Yeah.
a little bit of sadness at the same time. Like,
It's like,
whoa,
whoa, that's terrible. And yeah, I got that simp universe thing in my head now. It won't go away.
he's like
But that's
Thanos.
that's what TV nowadays is. You probably look at some of the sites, the movie sites, and everything, and it's just
Yeah,
a
I've seen.
constant stream of a go girl. She's so quirky that what makes her interesting, and she gets a TV series.
Yeah, I've seen so many memes of this guy, man. No one would even know who Jada was if it wasn't for Will. But yeah, I mean, people are saying, "Oh, Chris needs to apologize." So they both need to apologize. No, Will needs to apologize, and even then,
Yeah,
there's no way you can truly apologize for that because it's like, dude, you slapped me in front of the entire world. There's no
right.
recovering from that.
There's no recovering, and it tells me a lot about police and Hollywood, and the police should have picked that up as an assault.
Yeah,
And
he's still.
it's not up to Chris Rock whether that's an assault or not. If it's an assault, your local police department picks it up, and they obviously seen it. Everybody in the world seen it.
Yeah,
And
not to mention on that particular station, the curse word that he said, they can get in trouble for that because they weren't able to censor that everywhere. And
yeah.
now that's
Oh,
he
is
he
that when he was
risked.
screaming from the like?
Yeah,
Uh,
keep my wife's name
keep
out of
your
your effing
yeah,
mouth
keep
and,
your right name.
and
Yeah.
all
Wow.
that crazy stuff. And I was still just really, really shocked by that. And honestly, he should. They said, oh, we tried to escort him out, which I doubt. They should have honestly just made him and his whole family, go home and sent him his award in the mail. Instead, they let him get up on the stage and he's up there talking about God, love makes you do crazy things, and forgiveness and nonviolence. And even the
Right.
station says we don't support violence around here, but you just let some dude assault
Right.
another guy
Yeah. That's
and
so
get away with it.
hypocritical. That's so hypocritical. What do they call that when it's just world fallacy? When
Yeah.
he just God's going to forgive him, and Christians are allowed to do this, but God forgive anybody. They need to get permission from the Christians.
And this is why I laugh. Like, I know for a fact that Will Smith would have never done that on anybody other than Chris Rock. He's never done that to Dwayne Johnson or any super high profile person. Instead, he picked somebody who's
Yeah, he's
barely even half his size
right.
and older than him.
He's old, he's frail, and I know how it gets when you get 6 years old. You just you hurt most of the time, and it's just that's ridiculous to do that. And
It was,
Will Smith is pretty healthy and pretty big guy still.
yeah, and it was just really embarrassing. I mean, if he had done that to me, I would not accept his apology because there's no way to apologize for that. Like, because I would have to call that guy up and like, dude, you made me, actually no, the both of us, a meme. I'm gonna have to deal with this until the day I die.
Right. Yeah. Now that's not going to go away. That'll be for 50, 60 years, and they might even not forget it then.
That's
But
the thing.
it's so telltale about what we talk about, the MGTOW, the men's rights, and how, man, we're not going after feminism. That's what we're going after. The simp. We're trying to change the simp male into a more reasonable male. So he's not so he's not so dangerous.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's true. And RP is in the comment section is actually right. It definitely shows a double standard. If it had been a woman that slapped Chris Rock, I guarantee you that whole situation would have been, viewed a lot differently.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would have been funny. And she's such a strong girl. And, he had to come in because he said something, use your words. Yeah. So it would have been something. What movie? The Morbius yesterday. And it was just more of the old, same old. You're allowed to kill men, but bruise a woman, and the whole world's coming after you.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's it's completely insane. I mean, when looking at the joke, it was more of a women's empowerment kind of joke. If anything, I never seen a GI Jane movie, but in the movie, I think
Yeah,
she's like cheating on her husband and screwing other guys too. I mean, the thing about it is, either way, I don't really think he meant that joke to be offensive, and he realized that it didn't land, and so he was just going to move on. If
yeah, you're gonna
Will
move on.
had just shut up, like if Will had just shut up, everyone would have forgot about it in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, that would have been just okay. So he made a. Chris Rock makes a lot of jokes that get, tossed up in public and kicked around for a while. So they would have kicked it around for a week or so and then forgot about it.
Yeah, and then they would have just moved on. I mean, and what a lot of people don't know is that okay, if you're gonna sit in the front row, you're probably gonna get singled out and made fun of. That's kind of just
That's
what
what I was asking.
comedians do.
Like, that's Don Rickles' rules. You sit in yeah, wasn't it always you sit in the front row, you become the if you get those tickets for the front row, you're the guy. You're gonna get blasted.
Yeah,
What do they call that when Don Rickles kind of made it up when he just okay, that's you today.
yeah, you don't want you don't want taking the heat, yeah, in the hot seat,
And
essentially because
or a ribbing, not a ribbing, or I
I
can't
forgot
remember.
what it was called, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, what gets me is she does this whole
A
speech in
roast. Yeah,
alopecia, like
a
she's
roast.
having cancer or something, and I just thought that was funny.
Does she have cancer or is that just she
No,
that?
no, that's alopecia, but the way that she portrayed it, she made
Mhm.
it seem like she was dying. Oh, I'm losing my hair, and I'm not even sure she has alopecia because even though she's bald,
Yeah,
alopecia comes in patches. I know because I have, a
yeah,
cousin that has it,
alopecia. Yeah, well, it's
and she could be lying about that to
that's
get
not
sympathy
cancer.
points.
Yeah, sympathy. I've seen women do that. I've seen there's a woman around here that used to be in, and you see that a lot more with the crackheads. The crackhead girls
Yeah,
trying to get sympathy points and get in. I got cancer, and because I've heard that all my life from crackhead girls, and now I'm wondering if why she's trying to get sympathy points.
yep, that's the whole freaking thing, man. It's just That's that's the end thing to do, be a crybaby and all this other stuff. And if she was really that self conscious about it, she could have bought a wig. She could have sat in further in the back. No, I'm gonna sit in the front row, roll my eyes, and as soon as Will Smith like he was laughing about it, as soon as he noticed she was upset, that's when he decided to play bulldog, a lapdog, and go up in there and oh, I gotta defend my lady's honor. Like what is this, the medieval age or something?
Yeah,
If I
yeah.
gotta
I
defend my
spent I spent time, during my years, at the wig store and everything. Women do that. I know women do that all the time. And my last female I was with probably 20 years ago, she had a, ball. She was, she wore a wig. It was lovely. It's she just do it. But the old hair hat joke. I think Tommy Sotomayor came up with that. He got kicked off of everything actually lately. I was kind of going through the manosphere, and Tommy Sotomayor is kicked off of everything.
Oh man, can't be talking about queens on the internet like that, everybody. All women are gods, they're angels, we can't like you can't critique them at all, no criticism and especially, I just laugh because, you know, I had to take a break because I had so many Sims fighting me. Women used to fight me, but now it's just these guys. They're always fighting me. And it's like I'm trying to help you, but if you want to go off and step on a landmine or go pour gasoline on yourself and jump through a flaming hoop to get that ring, then there's really nothing you could tell these guys. They become a victim of themselves or some kind of weird manifest destiny. I don't know what to call that with them.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to adjust my sound. Sorry about that. It's coming to the wrong place.
Oh, no worries, man.
I don't know if it's echoing or not.
It's all good on my end.
It's all good on your end. Okay, I got the good microphone, but it's coming through the TV or the screen. I can't understand why. I turned my computer on for the first time in like 3 months, and then I had to sit there and watch Microsoft update for an hour. Yeah, so there's a lot of things going on in the world now, and there's a lot of questions about this last 10, 15 years that we've been doing MGTOW, 18 years actually, about how far we've come. And then when you see something like that on national TV and you see how men act, and are men getting better? Are men starting to listen? No, I don't think so. If anything, they're getting worse. And
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, it's bad enough that I saw a video today where we were getting labeled as terrorists now because we don't want to date, and it's kind of hilarious.
yeah, I was looking at they included us on the national. You know what they included? Incels on the national. Because there were 3 incidences in the last 10 years. You know how many women have infanticide their babies in the last year? Comparatively, when gang violence is the number one killer in America, and there's been 3 actual incidents of incel going off, and basically, I don't even think two of them was not even incels. The kid in California there was he was pretty screwed up or something, but he wasn't an incel. He's driving a Mercedes Benz. He had rich parents and he was driving a Mercedes. The kid in Canada they included in there, he didn't look like an incel to me. And I think if they would just come around and ask us what is an incel, and we would tell them an incel is pretty much a disabled male that gets excluded from everything in life. If you think that feminists have a hard time busting through that glass ceiling of management and everything, try and being an incel. You will never make it in this world if you don't have great looks, and they're taking the top 20% on every job. And you have to have good looks, you be sharp, and that whole thing. You can't be, you can't be disfigured in any way whatsoever. And it's probably 10 times worse for an incel than it is for a feminist or a female to break through any corporate situation.
Oh hell yeah! This is why, man. I've just been keeping low profile, and I mean, I know some guys' channels have blown up and they're making money and everything, but I've told people I'm working on something new, maybe like a new movement or something. I want as many people to move to the mountains or the woods, and if I have to start my own little new group and call ourselves something, I will. I mean,
Well,
when it
that would
comes to
be,
the whole getting
yeah,
doxxed thing, because I have people ask me about the well, what you bro? What if you get doxxed? You know what? If it happens, I'm just gonna double down. I don't even care at this point because it's just it's so crazy and so silly to the point where I mean, obviously I want to stay hidden, but my thing about it is I want to get my own little business off the ground and go to the woods, man, and just like my whole thing about it is it's not that I'm afraid to be alone. It's just I know that as I get older, I can't even now I can't do the same farming the way I used to anymore. I'm starting to
yeah,
feel the effects of age, and I just need somebody to check up on me, if anything. Hey,
yeah,
Wolf, you okay? You know that kind of thing. Someone that can at least have my back in that
right.
regard because
If you have a good friend, how is that? Is that any better?
oh, way better.
Way better. My sound.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I was trying to get the settings. I'm good now. Okay.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, you know what? I talked about that. If what you really need human connections for, and I was going to say transcendentalism might be something. Civil disobedience and transcendentalism was a Thoreau's thing, an Emerson thing. That's kind of what I attached to. Uh, and that's go off. He spent some time in the woods, and he found out that a lot of this stuff that we do, these houses, the whole thing is absurd. Uh,
Yeah, it really is. It really is crazy as hell, man. Just this is why people just need to fucking ghost. I mean, it's just gonna get
Yeah,
worse and worse as time goes on. I've been talking to like a lot of younger guys, and I've just, man, I don't know how you do it. I mean, I know when we were all younger. I mean, I'm young. I'm probably younger than a lot of people here, but I know when I was younger, yeah, we didn't listen, but it was never this bad. It's the average person is so hedonistic, not just with sex, but like
yeah.
everything. Like it's an overindulgence in everything: sex,
Everything's an
food.
overindulgence. Yeah, that's you talk about that in transcendentalism when you rely too much on. It's in chapter one in Walden. If anybody wants to read chapter one of Walden, it's a very good chapter, and it tells you. It says, relying on companionship. He says there's a certain amount of companionship that people need in this world. To see another person in this world is probably a good thing. But what happens when you're over, when you have too many, when you rely on that friendship, you forget to work on yourself, and you use them as man. He didn't say it, but it's just you use your friends as emotional tampons, and you forget to work on yourself. And that's the good part about going off and like I go to the woods and I like to drive down on my mountain bike and hit the trail and hang around and collect rocks and do my thing. And, you know, uh, it puts me back in touch. He said, transcendentalism is about, the world's beautiful. Go look at it. you know, it can
True
teach
that,
you,
man.
it teaches you more about living in this universe than anything. And, it can even start, I know, years ago when I first started doing it, it started an existential crisis in me that eventually led to MGTOW, uh, asking the questions about what I've seen, what I'm seeing, whether this stuff is true or not that they're telling me. And I find out that religion's fake. Uh, I find out that traditionalism's fake, and marriages let you down, and women aren't virgin Madonnas, and all that big tough stuff. We find that out along the way, and but transcendentalism. I thought that was the best for a MIG tower, plain old American pragmaticism. What is it? Let me see. Brissy Boy. Hello, Brissy Boy. Hello, everybody. Uh, so it has been a while, huh? Since we've spoken.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, I'm happy everyone's doing great. I mean, I've been missing Joey like shit. I haven't talked to him in a fucking while, man. Like,
Yeah, listen.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, he was supposed to come around, but so he'll be around. I uh, I listened to one of your podcasts the other day. I think I was in the chat for a little bit. I lurk still. I
Oh
go,
yeah, was that the one where crap, which one was that?
oh God, I could have a hard time remembering it. There was a bunch of guys in it, like four guys.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the ladies in the loony bin. Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
remember. Ladies in the loony bin, man. I just Yeah, that was me talking about. They close a lot of loony bins down,
yeah,
and things are just
right.
getting crazier and crazier, and it's just really gotten to the point where I've had people ask me, "Well, dude, why don't you?" I wish I could pop videos every freaking day, but I can't because one, I'm trying to move. Two, money is a little tight now, and yeah.
Yeah, I was going to start looking for. I just canceled this today on Stream. I can still use StreamYard, but $25 a month when I'm making one video every 3 months, 4 months is like, and it's not paying off. I don't get nothing. I don't get monetized or anything, and I can't. I don't get you know
Oh yeah,
put
that's
out
why I
there.
just use the free one. I
Yeah,
mean, because it's just easier. I don't make live stream like when I first started. I mean, yeah, you came to my first live stream I ever made. Man, that stream was like 12 hours long. I was just doing streams like like a madman, like up there like every day, just
yeah.
acting
You
crazy.
lose that passion after a while to continue going, and after you said it all, I think me and you have said everything that that was probably my existential crisis in the last
Yeah,
year or so. It's like I said it all, and what more can I say?
yeah, that's it's. I definitely agree. That's what happened to us, man. I mean, there's times where people are like, well, dude, why don't you just do a video? Because like for me. whenever I make a video, I want it to be different. I try never to use the
Yeah,
same clips. I try to make it different. I try to make it fun. I try to get people laughing. And I made one video titled Why I Left because it
yeah,
was just getting a little too crazy. Discord servers getting nuked.
right,
Um, Drama wars, like it feels like ninja wars every time I come in, like I leave, every time I leave, like Master for like a moment. I come back and like houses on fire, people to run around like swimming flaming bats and everything. I'm like, what happened? I just went to go get some water for like 5 minutes. Somebody said this and I said that.
yeah. You're getting attacked by what you would consider other MGTOWs, and that man, that was a you know, that should never happen in our community. It was like, why would that happen in our community? We all have just one thing in common. We're all men,
Yep,
and
that's the thing.
that's the thing that binds us together. There's after that, there's nothing. We're all just been trying to get
Find
by.
our way in life. And it's gotten
Yeah,
so bad, man. They really hate it. It's gotten so bad. I've had to tell people. Only they know what they do offline. Whether like I've even told some people something. If you're gonna date, hell, even if you're gonna go out and then get married, hey, that's your fucking choice. Hey, you gotta live with that shit.
you're gonna live
I
with
don't have
that.
to live with that. They have to live with that.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Are you gonna be a monk forever?" I was like, "I don't know. Are things gonna be fucked up forever?"
Yeah, the biggest fear in your life is you get a little baby mama pregnant, and she runs down to the Health and Human Service, and your life is over.
Exactly.
You will never
That's a
save
risk.
another dime after that. If you're a regular working guy, you will live in a one room. You'll be eating ramen noodles, and you will never fucking get another. You'll never have a savings account again,
And
and
that's the thing.
that's horrible.
That's the thing I tell guys. If you're gonna roll that D20, go right ahead. I mean,
Yeah,
do I know people in good relationships? Sure, but here's the difference. Usually they live in the woods or far in the mountains and they have no real contact with anyone.
yeah,
That's the only stable relationship I've ever seen. Guy and woman, they move somewhere. I knew one guy, he went, took his wife, took his kids, and that dude lives on I forgot where he lives, but he lives so far in the mountains, he might as well consider himself an Inuit. That's how bad it is.
yeah. And there's
They
a
don't go
namesake
nowhere.
too. When you need the farm to be, the gardens to go in. How does them things get in? The male body is perfect for farming. And
And that's
you
the
know,
thing. She can't really do shit to him. I mean, yeah, she could leave, take the kids, but it'll never be his problem because he's never leaving that land. He stays
he's never leaving
firmly
that
there.
land. Yeah,
So
man. I
getting him,
think that man, if you just listen to Walden, the first couple of chapters there, I think it'd be, oh man, this guy was on to something.
yep.
He
I
was
tell
on.
dudes, and I tell dudes this all the time. I mean, you have to control the libido, but if the desire overtakes you, protect yourself at all times. Just protect yourself. I
Yeah,
mean, people think that I'm trying to tell them what to do. No, I'm not telling you who to date, what to
I'm not
do. I'm
telling you.
just saying be careful. Like we're not holding a magnifying glass over people. And hell, I don't know if I'll be monk forever, but I mean, from the looks
Yeah,
of it, probably.
from
But
our perspective, it's kind of hypocritical to come in here and not be a MGTOW, isn't it?
yeah,
Like the Sims come around and they try to feed us like, wouldn't you just like to be around the woman? Wouldn't you just like to take her into your house,
yeah,
let her steal everything? No, I wouldn't. I'm a
no,
MGTOW. That's
that's
why
the
I'm
thing.
here. And
That's
I
kind of
find
the
it,
thing. I mean, they
I,
can't get. Oh my bad, I mean to cut you off.
yeah, I find it hypocritical that they come around and try to push those points.
Like the thing that gets me is they can't even defend their points. They
No,
go,
they can't
well,
even defend
you
it.
just they go, oh, you just haven't found the one yet. And I always ask them this question. Well, do you have a stable relationship? Yeah. Okay, then why are you trying to prove to me how happy you are?
Yeah,
That's the thing. They can't even answer that simple question. If I'm so miserable and you're so happy, why do you have to prove to me how miserable I am to prove that you're happy?
right.
Why is that so important?
It's yeah. Why is it important to them that because we're
Yeah.
violating social codes by doing this, and we're probably the most hated people on this planet. They because we don't believe in that traditionalism that we can see how absurd it is. We can see that their religions are all off, and it's all
Well,
based around some kind of ruling class that you have to do. That's what they're telling you. You have to do this. You have to take
yeah,
in a
you
baby
have to,
mama and take care of her.
and that's
That's
kind of the
all
thing.
you're
Like,
going to get nowadays. There are 42% baby mamas out there now.
And that's the crazy part. If there was actual incentive where we weren't getting fucked over left and right, maybe there could be a foreseeable thing where love could be achievable. I mean,
Yeah,
for me, I guess I could say I had true love one time before, that was tragically taken. And then when I went back and tried to, date in a modern setting, things just weren't the way they were. If anybody was born in the 80s and 90s, at least women were somewhat decent for the most part. You could
right.
get $40 and go to a drive-in movie theater. Like $40 was like good enough, or $20 was good for the day. And women used to cook back then, used to wear dresses. They used to actually make attempts to be feminine. But when all you see is like over out of shape women walking around cursing like sailors, getting drunk, high,
Mhm.
whatever, tatted up from head to toe, who looks at that and goes, oh, that's good mother material. That should be the
That's oh,
mother of my children.
yeah. The only prerequisite that most simps have is that it's got that split. You know,
Yep.
that's and that's it permeates their brain. That's what it's like. There's no there's no bar to aspire to anymore. Both me and my son. My son's here with me. He's been with me for the last 2 years now. And that's probably what takes most of my time now is my son. And he was raised by a baby mama, so if he comes in here ever and tells his story, everybody would freak out. And it's like, but he needs me to love him and be dad sometimes, and because he was raised in that, and but and the damage is already done. You know, we rarely talk about the damage but both of us we've seen incidences in even the last month, even the last 2 weeks, with women out there, just young women. And I mean, there was 4 teenagers walking up my street the other day. The female went over to the corner of my grass. I was standing at the door. One of the males yells out, "What are you looking at?" And I just stood there. Just she peed. She took her and peed right in the corner of the grass.
Jeez.
And it's like, it's just never, it's like, I was so shocked. I was like, that's the way girls act nowadays. And then he's ran into one that did something really just, he come back and he was choking. He was gagging because it was so nasty.
Damn.
And just in the
People in
last,
people in some crazy stuff, man. I mean, I saw a video of like the BDSM people have starting their own community and walking around like in public, like in leashes around children and
yeah,
everything, and just it's absolutely it's
no
absolutely
mothering,
ridiculous. And
absolutely no mothering skills or those skills are outdated. I don't know what they were replaced by, but we got a crisis in American femininity, and I mean they'll go back and say, "Oh, it's about masculinity, and all you MGTOWs are simps and everything." Hey, 5 kids. I'm almost 300 pounds. No simp here.
I mean, that's the funny thing about a lot of this, man. There's a lot of people they don't, especially like women. I've seen women just outright mentally and physically abuse children, man. A lot of them hate their children. They have abortion parties, divorce parties,
Yeah,
and then they turn around and go, "Why don't you want to be with me? Why don't you respect me? Because you don't respect yourself. Because you're out of your mind." And I'm sorry, Smurf and everything. I try not to trailblaze on female topics. I've been trying to pull away from it, man, but it's not really even the women anymore. It's these simp dudes who, because believe it or not, you're not going to be fighting women. You're going to be fighting those dudes because you just can be doing your own thing and then they'll get up on you. Why aren't you
right.
dating whatever? Well, because I'm just living my own life. Well, now
I'm
I got
just
to fight you to prove I'm a man.
yeah, do me. I do me. Okay, some guys coming. I'm going to add MGTOW Cowboy. Jim McIntosh device is not connected, so I'll add him in when he MGTOW Cowboys.
Yes, yes. Is this traversable? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing there today?
Excellent.
Excellent. Yeah, I was in your. I was at your podcast the other. I think Blackwood was on too.
Oh, yeah. I've been
Okay,
there a
there's
few times.
Jim. He's in now. I can add him to the stream. There we go.
MGTOW Cowboys. Town ain't big enough for the two of us. Too many simps. Let's kill them all.
Yeah. What do you think the shape of MGTOW is nowadays? Is it waning, or or the shape of MGTOW versus the simposphere?
I think it's growing. I think. God, I think it's growing, man. It's just with that whole every time they talk about us, like calling us terrorists and stuff, or whatever, they
Yeah.
put us on the map, man. I've had guys call me the freaking KKK a pussy. I mean, it's just the craziest thing in the world. Yeah.
Oh, fuck no, that's funny.
The moment I asked Nathaniel sent that shit to me, man, he blocked me. I was going around his channel and his friend's channel and shit, going, "All right, we're gonna get all this pussy around here."
Yeah,
Grand Wizard of pussy.
there's
I
a
want to know that.
misunderstanding sometimes when guys come into MGTOW. They're like, "This is gonna get me laid more."
I'm doing it. When I get old and now,
like you totally don't understand.
dude was calling us a movement and shit, man. But I took that and I ran with it. Everyone. When I get old and senile, I'm gonna start calling myself the Grand Wizard of Pussy. Don't worry about it. I'm the Grand Wizard of Pussy.
Hey, you know it's a movement when your sphincter relaxes and then you have a movement. That's a movement, right?
Ha 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 ha.
Oh my.
Anyway, Black Wolf, we haven't talked in a long while.
Oh yeah, dude, it's been a hot minute, man.
It's been like what, a couple years maybe? I don't even think I ever actually we just typed for years.
Yeah, I mean we had a type of relationship, man. You don't write, you don't call
Right.
anymore. I got to sleep in the dark eating ice cream and everything. Thought I wasn't pretty enough. I was all self-conscious and stuff. But it's
if I may, just because I'm sorry, I don't actually recognize you that much. Black Wolf, can you give me like a 30-second or like a 40-second intro to yourself? You're obviously a MGTOW. I think I see the sigil in the top right corner of your screen. What's your story?
Well, my story is pretty long, man, but I mean like almost 2 hour video, but I'll just summarize it up the best way I can. For me, before I even heard of MGTOW, MGTOW did save my life. I was in some good relationships, and one really good one that lasted almost 10 years, and that did, you know, cancer's a bitch. But yeah, when I started dating again, I realized how bad it was. I mean, I knew of the red pill, but I didn't fully realize the magnitude of it until I was forced to just kind of feel it. And so it got to a point where I was just angry all the time, damn near suicidal. And then when I discovered MGTOW videos, I swear, man, it was like that X-Men movie where Professor X put on Cerebro. Holy shit, there are other mutants out there.
Yes.
Sure, right. I totally get that reference. We'll do like a who, what, when, where. Like how old are you, or any information you're willing to give. These are all personal questions. You don't have to answer any of them. What part of the country you from? What kind of work do you do? Have you ever been divorced?
How about just like generational and generational, regional?
Well,
like,
I mean,
I don't know. I don't want to know what city he's from. I don't know what state he's from. But like, like, are you like in the Midwest, or you're like the Mid-South, like Tennessee? I mean, like,
I'm a little further, West Coast, but I'm gonna be moving, closer to right because things have, where I live have gotten really stupid. I'm currently in my 30s, and right now I farm, but I need to start changing professions real quick, man, because my knees are fucked. I can't keep doing what I'm doing. I've been doing this for a long period of time, made good money. I had a lot of, odd jobs here or there, did what I could, and
hey, Black Wolf, what kind of farming you have done?
I've done vertical farming before. Vertical farming was fun, and
so that's like indoor stuff, or in a skyrise or something.
Yeah, a lot of it was indoor. Some of the stuff I built myself took a very long time, and I do indoor and outdoor. I'll say kind of prefer indoor because I can kind of control it better. But outdoor is good too. And I've grown corn, and I used to sell, fruit to some of the stuff.
I've got I mean, if you want to go outdoor, but if you can deal with the cold, I've got a crap ton of relatives up here in Michigan that farm.
Oh, nice. I mean, yeah, I am thinking about moving further up to the mountains because I like having
it's not mountain. Well, I mean, there's hilly spots, but it's not mountains. Michigan's pretty flat. I mean, being run over by ice sheets will do that to you.
Oh yeah. Well, hell, good enough because I mean, I like the rain, man. I like the cold and the sun. Shit. I mean, even with the sun, I'm still able to grow yams and potatoes, like even in the cold and stuff. So it's not that bad. And some of the stuff you guys will see in Stater Brothers, comes from
Oh yeah. Potatoes and the Chris first, they grow like crazy up here.
Yeah, you can grow that wheat like freaking crazy, and so it's amazing we can grow in the cold.
Well, Trav, where are you at? Cincinnati?
I'm in Ohio, upper basin in Lake Erie, the middle basin in Ohio.
I know you're in Ohio. I just forgot. I mean, like you said, Cincinnati or
that's I'm in northern Ohio, up against the lake. I can walk to the lake.
So like more Saginaw,
like an hour north of Toledo,
excuse me, like close to excuse me, don't mean to cut you off. They're outlaw, but like Cedar Point area, kind of sort of.
I'm in between Sandusky and Cleveland. I'm about 40 miles up from Cleveland, 50 miles maybe a little more, 60 miles up from Cleveland.
Okay. I forgot the name of the town. I haven't been to Cedar Point in like 30 years. So.
Oh yeah, that's Sandusky, Ohio, up there. Yeah, I can ride to there in no time. There's Cedar Point's there, and but Huron's right here, and Vermilion. There's Lorraine, and
what a trip! My roommate way back in the day, his name was Vermilion, Chris Vermilion.
Okay, yeah. So I'm in the upper basin. I go fishing a lot, and enjoy that. And I guess you all seen my videos.
Yeah,
nice in the summer, in the spring, but it's hell in the winter here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Same where I am. Cowboy can probably attest. He's like what, North Chicago?
Oh, okay.
Yes. I was born and raised on the north side of Chicago. We're about the same latitude. So yeah, winters get real nasty.
Yeah, and then summer comes and you're like beaches forever and fresh water and rivers, and man, it's beautiful. Yeah. It's why I stay here, because it just gets so nice in the summer. You got 4 or 5 months of heaven.
So traversable, I remember you saying during the warmer months of the year, you like to bust out your bicycle. You have plans on we're starting to work out and getting back on your bike?
Yeah, I got 3 of them built. I built one for my son, and we got 3 electric bikes here now. I use it all winter now. I don't drive anymore. I haven't drove in probably 7 years now.
Okay.
It's not that snowy anymore. I put big knobbies on mine, and it's in the winter it takes me a few minutes to get to you just dress properly, and summer's great. I can go ride around everywhere I want to go, and it's electric. It don't cost me nothing to charge it up. It costs 4.5 cents to charge it up, and I could just go, and I'm free.
That sounds great. I mean, during the warmer months, that sounds great. But I mean, during the colder months, that wind chill doesn't slap you in the face. And
some days I try not to go out if it's below 20. But I got a motorcycle face mask. If I have to go out to get something to eat, I got a motorcycle face mask, and the whole 9 yards. I can go out and just ride around, and as long as you dress properly. The thing is, that wind hits your face, and that cold, it will burn you bad. And so I just put a motorcycle mask over with a cloth motorcycle pullover down to about here, and I'm fine. I mean, I'm pretty good with cold, and it's when you think about it, when you got a car, you got to walk out to your car, you got to sit there, let it warm up. You're in the cold. it takes, if you think about that time where you sat and warm up, you could have rode your bike to the store.
Yeah. No, I follow you. And you very much live up to your name when you ride around on that bike. You traverse the land on that bike.
Yeah. And then
I don't even bike when it's that cold. I just walk and I'm in a small town, right? But I can walk, like the main grocery store is like a mile and a quarter.
Yeah, it's about.
So like I can just dress up and walk there and be done.
It's no problem.
And then when I'm in the store, I just warm up and then I walk back home.
Yeah. I used to walk everywhere, and I stopped driving.
I mean, I've still got a license. I can.
Yeah, me too.
I've got a chauffeur license, but I don't have a car.
Yeah, I get a van sitting back rotten, and I just don't do that no more. It's just like I can do everything I want. I got a cargo bike that put my groceries in, and I got a regular MTB bike that I can cut through the woods. There's nothing that's going to stop me. I pretty much pretty
y'all,
good.
And you all familiar with Louis Rossmann?
No.
He's okay. He's kind of become like the poster child for right to repair, which means it's property rights, right? I own my house, I own my bike, I own this, I own that, so I can fix it if I want, right?
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Right. It's a really huge issue as far as I'm concerned. It's like, well, do I own my body or not? Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are we talking about mechanical? Are we talking about like bikes and cars and such? Or are you talking about medical? I'm talking about the whole personal sovereignty thing, right? I mean, do you own your body or not? Do you own your house or not? Do you own your bicycle or not? Do you own your car or not?
Oh, with personal property and everything. Well, until the racketeering government wants to tax you on it, your property, and that's one of my big complaints.
Dude, we're triple taxed up here. It sucks.
Right. We've
got income tax, we got property tax, and then the what's the other one? Income property. And
I don't mind paying federal tax because they give me the ability to do commerce.
But this is state level.
Yeah, but
income property and the other one.
Yeah. But property taxes is just your local government, your county government racketeering. They're racketeering.
Yes. Everything on that level is racketeering. It's your tags, your property taxes, all that crap. It's all racketeering.
It's all racketeering. The local governments and the county governments are just 100% racketeering. Racketeering is when you provide a service, a non-existent service, and it wouldn't exist without the racket. And that's what our county government. They're
no better. They're no better than the mob in Chicago in 1920.
Right, they're just taking houses from poor people, and people are losing their houses for taxes, and they're paying themselves. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, they really don't do anything.
Yeah, the only reason that you pay house taxes so they can pay themselves and not have to work.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's the only good part about living in a trailer park, because like my taxes are only like $100 a year. Yeah. Versus if I actually had an actual house, it'd probably be like 3,000 a year or some bullshit.
My taxes are like in 90s and 2000s. What I pay for taxes on this house, I would be living in a $500,000 house.
Yeah, it's fucking
That's
nuts.
how much it's crazy.
It's nuts. The bigger the city, the bigger the tax, and the worse the services get, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, like, look at Detroit.
Yeah. This is why I push. I push transcendentalism, and that's Thoreau's in civil disobedience, because of this reason right here. Because, like I said, if you read chapter 1, you'll understand why Thoreau was so upset about. He'll tell you about.
I've got that on my shelf. I have not read it yet. I do have on civil disobedience by Henry David Thoreau.
Yeah, read Civil Disobedience. He's going to tell you exactly, and he's going to say exactly what I
was. What was his big one on Walden Pond or something like that?
Walden's Pond, Walden and Walden too.
the economy in Walden's Pond. You read the economy, and he'll tell you it's just racketeering. The county governments are just big racketeers, and there's nothing. Seemingly, there's nothing we can do it. But if we all became transcendentalists and we had civil disobedience in our souls, like MGTOWs do, and I know MGTOWs have, I think this is the biggest issue, which rolls down to these family units and these what I just call nests for women. They just have to have nests for women.
Yeah, exactly.
The only way to get them is
I really think. I mean, like, how we could really fix a lot of things, right? Just all right. You know your bank card, right? It's got a chip in it.
Yeah.
All right. The VA uses that, so like when the user clocks in on their computer, they plug their ID into the keyboard, right? Mm-hmm. So why couldn't we have the same doggone thing at the library? So you want to go vote or apply for benefits or pay your taxes or whatever the case may be. You just go up to the library, plug your ID into the keyboard, and do what you got to do, and then go home.
Yeah, we can cut down on maybe 50 to 60% of government if we use the libraries and the post office like they were supposed to be used. And somebody was talking about Amazon in like Alabama, and they're like talking about they're voting for unions. It's like, unions is why Detroit went broke. No. Why all the cities go broke is the bureaucracy of the government. The biggest union members are government employees, right?
Whether it's fire department, police department, EMS.
They all want to get paid more.
Secretary of State, or in most states it's a DMV, but here it's Secretary of State.
Yeah.
They're all just. They come into work and they work about 10%.
Yeah.
But they get a full paycheck.
Yeah, they're working bullshit jobs. They're just bullshit jobs. They made up jobs so they can sit there and get paid and sit in those huge buildings.
Yeah, those layer near jobs that you've talked about for years.
And funny hat day and pretend like they're doing something.
Yeah. Or somebody that works at a store or McDonald's or whatever, they're busting their buns for the same wage or less.
Yeah, it's just out of hand, and I think a lot of this.
That's how we get like really late put
what's going on.
And all of them.
I want the federal government because I want the women to be taken care of. I want to pay taxes to the federal government, and they do what they're supposed to do. They house these women and baby moms.
Well, that's all fine and good, but I mean. When they price themselves out of the market. I mean, like look at Obamacare, right? When they passed that, all the senators and Congress people exempted themselves from it and granted themselves gold-plated health care for life.
Well, yeah, it's the corruption that goes along with that's the corruption that goes along when you should be able to go to your library. You tell them how much you make, and the federal government subsidizes your income up to a level where you can survive.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. If you say you're like right at the line, right? I don't know what the line is. Maybe it's 40,000. Maybe it's 50,000. Right. So say the line is 50,000, right?
Yeah.
Let's just draw that as an imaginary line. Mm-hmm. So if the line is 50,000, if you're below that line, you get help.
Right.
And if you're above that line, you pay extra taxes.
Right. Right.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
Child support is just a double tax on men because you think men already pay them taxes to have the government.
Oh, for real, it is.
Mamas, and the government's supposed to be taking care of them. The government's spending it on themselves and double taxing by having child support.
Yeah,
sure.
Yes. And why that is because the banks run the government because the banks make money every time there's a transaction.
Government, I think, is just corrupt racketeers that have figured.
No, the banks really do run the government. I mean, that's why the central bank exists, is to grow the bureaucracy. Yeah. When was the last time you went to a bank?
Yeah, it rolls down.
It's all a bunch of women just standing there doing nothing.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of people with bullshit jobs. There's a good book out called Bullshit Jobs. You can read about this thing. And the government's the biggest perpetrator of bullshit jobs. There's people that absolutely do nothing. There's no product. And that's the biggest scam. And that's what racketeering is, offering a service, a non-existent service that wouldn't exist without the racket.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry if you're picking that up. I'm
You sound like you're relieving yourself there.
You got to mute that.
I was gonna say,
He's
hey,
bleeding the
Macintosh, can you lower your volume just a touch?
I think he's on a phone. You
Yeah, I'm on a phone.
take it away from your mouth a little bit.
I'm on a phone. Is it all right now?
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, if you move it about 3 feet away from your mouth.
The cord isn't that long. Can you just lower me down, like, I don't know, like 10 dB or 6 dB or something, Trav? Because I have no idea how to do that on my end.
I don't know where the settings are. Let me.
Just don't speak. Just speak a little bit softer. That's all.
Yeah, just speak a little softer and hold it away from your mouth a little bit.
But like I said, I'm on a phone. I'm using earbuds. Like, they're not that long. It's about a foot away from my mouth.
Okay, yeah, you want to get it.
Welcome to the We Love Women show. We call it Pissing You Softly by Jim.
Anyway, Traversable, I wanted to ask you.
Thanks, Black Wolf. Thank you. I needed that laugh. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah. I was just letting him get his laugh in. This is going back a little bit, although you will probably remember this very quickly because it was some of the work that you had done. I remember you talking about the etymology of the word father. Can you talk about that again? You said something like it has to do with like who's stuck with the responsibility or something.
Yeah, father's a made up concept, and we all want to be fathers. We all want to, but it's a social concept. Fathers, the etymology of the word father is paydor. It's payee, payor, and that comes from the German. It comes from the what is that? The Germanic. I can't remember the word for the language. It's paydor. So that's kind of what.
Patron, something like that.
You're to pay
but I mean, like in the Roman languages, it would be patron.
Yeah. So
same sort of thing.
Well, my thing is more of a biological.
And but I mean,
when we start talking about your responsibility, do you know how much? Do you ever sit and just look at the scientific, the biological of how a baby is made and everything, and then here,
Mr. McIntosh. I'm sorry, Mr. McIntosh. I don't mean to be rude. I'm hearing like a lot of residual sound on your end. Can like a lot of
because my mic is like bumping on my shirt and stuff. Sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just asking you.
I'm trying to get at is that. It's the same. They want us to patronize the system. They want us to support the system.
Right. Whether biological things that you're told that are absolutely 100% wrong. You always hear, well, you put a seed in her, and the judges, and well, you made that baby. You didn't make that baby. You know what your part in that was? You don't have a seed. She has an egg, and that needs to be fertilized. What happens is 4% of that DNA comes from you, and you use none of the DNA, none of the materials. Actually, all you have is a transposon. It's what's called a transposon. It's the same as a flower. It's a DNA resequencer. So the DNA that she has gets resequenced a little bit, and then so she doesn't have a duplicate of herself. And we take on this whole fatherhood persona. All you become is the guy who's gonna, and there's agents.
Just pay the bills. I mean, that's really what it comes down to is just pay the bills.
But nowadays, with the modern feminism and agency, you hear this all the time. They have agency now and everything. But Yeah, they have agency to make that decision. They have agency to open their legs. They have agency to make have that
but
child.
then they don't. But and as soon as the child is born, then they act like, oh,
Yeah,
it's all your fault.
They don't have no agency anymore. They can't take care of themselves.
Right.
It's like,
yeah, no, I mean, like, I get where you're coming from with the transpositional thing, because if you look at photos of my father and my brother and I, the only way you can tell it's a different person is from the photo itself, because the photo technology is different, right? Yeah. And this is back in the film era, right? But there's about 10 years or 11 years between my brother and I.
Hey.
And then multiple about what 20 23 25 years between my father and I, but we look like the same person. And then if you look at my sister and my mother at about 25 years old, they look like the same person.
Yeah, what happens there is the male just accounts for 4% of the, it's not even that you're adding any DNA. And the problem with fatherhood is that it's a social concept. That's the
part that I wanted you to develop a little bit, because I've listened to some of your work. Like, I remember you had made a video talking about I think his name was Otto Weiniger, and he was making some similar statements.
Yeah, men can't have babies, and that's the truth. If a judge says you're responsible, my simple answer is simply, I can't have a baby. And then he'll go, no, you had a baby. And I'll say, no, I didn't. It's impossible, physically impossible. The fact is, men can't have a baby. All I can do is share a little fertilizer, which is a transposon, which changes 4% of the DNA, which was her decision to have a baby. It was her decision to do that. It was her decision to go out. It was her decision. Everything about the whole process is hers.
If she's all
right up to the point where it's born,
cleaned up and shaved up and got matching bra and panties. No, you didn't seduce her. She just seduced you.
Right, she seduced you and
infected you.
Not to mention, I mean, from a genetic standpoint,
who's the fellow right below you, Joe?
That's a Brissy boy. This is the first time I've ever seen him, and that's
hey,
great.
Brissy boy.
Nice to meet you, fellas. It's been a long time, Trev.
Hey.
How you going? How are you? Sorry.
Very Aussie. Nice.
I slotted into too much Australian there. Sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry, man. Just do me this one favor. I can't do it because I don't have the accent. But next time you see an American get off a plane, just go, "You called out of divorce? Nah, this is divorce." just do that one time to him.
That's
do that one time.
This is
I think with your question, MGTOW Cowboy, is how much should a man, and that goes back to my tax thing. We pay taxes to take care of the women. The money's supposed to go for that, and it doesn't make it there. And then they double charge us, and it's taxation without representation at that point. And if you look at the sciences, the judges that are making these decisions to charge you on this supposed fallacy that you put a seed in her. You didn't put a seed in her.
They do that because, like, they'll never admit this, but even the government doesn't want to take care of women. They want women to spend money, but they do not want to take care of them. They want the men to do that while they take that money that you give from you give to the government. That's Durkheim had a really it's called a social fact, and the money would go from the males over to take care of the females.
Can I just jump in here just for a second? Like, okay, remember my imaginary number of 50 grand, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the woman, they'll put her in a job where she makes 49 grand and therefore she's eligible for all kinds of help. And they'll put a dude in the job at 51 grand so he's not eligible for a goddamn thing.
Right.
For the exact same job.
Right. I've seen a lot of this in my life where I've seen an incident where two people with the same job, a male and a female, go down to county services. with the same job, with the same amount of kids, 3, and the male got turned down and the female got services.
Well, that's
And
a
they were in the
spreading
same
plague these
exact
days.
job.
That's a spreading plague these days.
So I've come to the conclusion that that's sort of what MGTOW is. It's like an antithesis to this. Essentially,
Right.
I see MGTOW as like it's like a burgeoning men's liberation movement.
Like an
Where men
awakening.
it's an awakening. Sure, you can call it that. Yeah. Where men are starting to see themselves as a class of people with their own set of grievances,
Right.
but you know, all these other groups, whatever, the corporations, women themselves, the government, they're looking on in horror.
Yeah,
was it values? And I'm sure other people have said it, but I mean, about 3 years ago, Values, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, put out a video said, feminism didn't free women, it freed men.
Exactly. You know, it's kind of funny, this whole thing to me. The only reason we even came up with this concept of religion, family unit, is just so we could figure out who our kids were in the caveman days. I mean, I'm really happy that I don't want the earth to ever become sentient, because I can already see my guardian, my fucking garden, going, "You planted seeds over here, bastard." It's coming after me for porn.
The way I see it, religion was invented as a way to control the masses.
Yep. Because there's no scientific evidence, and I've pissed tons of people off with this.
When Marx said religion was the opiates of the masses, he meant it as a compliment. It wasn't an insult. He meant it as a compliment, like, "No, you've done a good job."
Well, yeah, it was sort of a backhanded compliment, but really, you know, he's a communist. Communists are very averse to religion, especially organized religion. I don't know that he liked religion. I think he was against it.
No, he did not like religion, and he was a massive alcohol addict. And I just heard something about Engels, his sponsor, who also wanted to destroy the family so that he could put women to work also. So I mean, it's all a piece. I mean, they all just want to work us to death so they can make more money.
Right. The government, when religion came in, if you look at this thing from a non-contacted point of view, when you can look at the Christian religion and the Neoplatoism that was involved with the Christian religion, and they just conquered, and they come in and they gave you a way that they felt was the right way to live, and they took over whole communities as they spread out. It was an infection. But when you look at it, still today, there are non-contacted people out there that live very fine.
Oh yeah. What you said with Plato, I just learned that like 2 days ago that Plato had the exact same idea, to atomize everybody so the state could create maximum profit from each individual.
Yeah, well, that was the original concept of feminism. Was to increase the amount of work hours of the population. Instead of women staying at home, raising the children.
Right. Now they go to work, and they're not going to be happy with that. But these jobs that we have to make are bullshit jobs, and they're not real jobs. And I got into a video a while ago. I don't know when I talked about bid split.
What's the phrase? I've worked retail, and this is very true. And I heard this phrase came from the communists, but it's very true in retail. We pretend to work, and they pretend to pay us.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Jim McIntosh, how old are you? You sound kind of young.
I'm 52, brother.
Wow, you sound like you're half
how old are you, Joe? I'm like just behind you, or about 10 years behind you, Joe. You're like what, 62?
Dang, you missed a golden opportunity to tell him the truth. You know, he was Emperor Palpatine before I became Darth Vader. You know, I was about to go over there. He's like, no, let the butt hurt flow through you first. You gotta train for this. Can't just jump to be Darth Vader.
Dad is still stuck in the whole white knighting thing. And he's still paying the bride price, man. He really is. I can't believe this shit. My parents are going to be 75 this year, and he's still driving like 300 miles on a regular to help out my mother's older sister.
Well, that's what we are. We're human doings, not human beings. We do
Oh,
things.
there we go. That's the one.
I mean, we become what they want, and
welcome to the machine, right?
I don't know how many you guys.
Just be a gear, and an oiler in the machine, right?
Yeah, when
expendable utilities.
Yeah, you're a utility, and that's what MGTOW says. You're a utility. Before I got into MGTOW, I answered the phone. What could I do for you? I stopped doing that because
I mean, that's what society expects of men, like to be a genie, like rub my lamp and poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need?
What do you need? What do you need? Yeah, and it's always what do you need us? And JFK made that astounding. Ask not what you can do for ask what you
your
can
country.
Do for your country. It's like
what
that's so
your country
stupid.
Can do for you.
Well, yeah, but as soon as he brought up the usury, that's when they shot him.
Yeah, that's what he was like. Oh, you just want to lay back on the government wages and support, and everybody wants to do that. Yeah, I want a government that actually takes care of men too. But
I mean that's when they shot him, was when he brought up the usury of the bank system.
Yeah, the usury.
He said the covet means, that's when they shot him. It was like just after that.
Trav, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this whole Will Smith situation.
Oh God, is it simp?
Besides him being an enormous cuckold.
Yeah, that was awful. That was one of the worst things I've ever seen on TV of a total simp. He's a total simp. His wife, they're in an open relationship. She has no
boundaries.
Boundaries with them, and then he's still simping so hard for that. And I talk about the biological effect of being around women. It's one of the things that you guys have probably
estrogen infection.
You get estrogen infection. That bacteria sits on your brain. It starts leaching out all those feel good chemicals. Will Smith is on all those feel good. He's on drugs.
He needs to go to an AA meeting for pussy, essentially.
That is actually no. I'm for real. That's my. Sorry about that.
Yeah, please.
Tom's wonderful, and I agree on that. That yes, we're all recovering pussy addicts, and we all need the PAA meetings.
So the question is, so who's in the wrong? Is the man in the wrong for being a pussy hound, or the women wrong because they know this and they're taking advantage of it?
They're taking advantage.
Did you see the latest release of the behind them footage of her laughing the whole time it was going on?
Yeah.
She egged him onto the whole thing, and then she sat back there laughing at the whole situation.
Yeah, she has no responsibility. She has no agency in that. She's just a child in that. And but
nobody
MGTOW is not for anti-simping. MGTOW is for anti-simping.
Can I say something here though? I do think it's worse because. Well, I mean, this has been discussed to death, but open relationship means she can get all the dick she wants and he doesn't get any extra pussy.
It's cuckolding.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe he's even like gone beyond where he gets off watching her get fucked.
Yeah, maybe
that's what an open marriage really is.
I don't think so. I think that's why he reacted the way he did, because...
But it's been how many years?
Damaged.
It's been how many years?
He's She waited to bring him up on national television to tell him in front of the whole world that she decided to fuck someone else because that's what she needed to do.
But it's been going on how many years? I mean, like how many years? And I mean, all this dysfunction is Turner son gay or he was born gay. I don't know how that works out, but I mean, I saw this shit 10 years ago on Facebook.
Damn, you're loud, dude.
Yeah, Jim, you got to hold that phone back away from your mouth a little bit.
Yeah, again, Jim, Mr. McIntosh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but I just have to come out and say it. I'm sorry. At this point, I'll just come out and say it. If you can please lower your volume a little bit, it's actually detracting from the discussion.
Oh, he's muted.
Anywho, yeah. So another thing I wanted to mention, Joe, or what do you prefer, Joe or Traversable?
You can call me Joe, or if people that don't know me call me Trav, because it's just Traversable, and then people that know me,
Sure.
it's okay to call me Joe.
Sure. Okay. My name is also Joe, by the way. Nice to meet you, of course.
That's that once.
Okay.
Big beautiful man.
And yes, right. It's biblical. Another question I wanted to ask you, Traversable or Trav, is there is another gentleman that you would talk to very often. I have not seen him in a while. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, but he would always make jokes about like Juliette Lewis.
Oh, Juliette.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Stabbed
mentioning
in the
that
back.
earlier.
Yeah.
Where's that guy?
He's in the chat right now.
Yeah,
he's in the chat. Cool.
Hey, Joey. It's been a while, man.
I put up the StreamYard in case he wants it. He was supposed to come in earlier, but I think Friday night's his workout night, and we were trying to decide whether we were going to have it at 7 or 10 because he was going to be gone between those hours, and then he got held up, I guess. So
okay. Well, he's a stand-up. He's a stand-up character.
Yeah. Joey's a good guy.
Have you seen the other thing that came out from, I think it's MSNBC or MSN, that came out and said that MGTOW is actually a terrorist organization?
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier.
Yeah, I posted. That's actually national security too, and I've got the link. If any, I can put up the link to national security in America where they discuss this.
Flash Hammerhand's face all over the screen.
Yeah, so I did see that. What is that blurb or that segment on television? You can find it on the internet, and It basically just tried to link. See, what it seems to me that they're doing, they're attempting to link the incel movement with the MGTOW, and then they're trying to link incel
with terrorism.
Yeah. So it's like a double leap to something else, and it has nothing to do with MGTOW. Most MGTOWs, we're not incels. We're just regular guys that wanted our lives to go a certain way, but that's not possible anymore in this society. The way I don't want to be a slave, and I can't do that because I don't make a good slave, and it's like I'm full of civil disobedience.
Exactly.
Well, you bring up the word. You bring up the word slave, and I'm cognizant. I remember learning about what's his name. I think it was Frederick Douglass, who spoke about the idea that someone who reaches a certain level of knowledge is no longer fit to be a slave anymore. And I see that very. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true. That's
very true.
Yeah, well, that's how I see MGTOW. I think MGTOW are a set of men who have reached a certain level of introspection or self-introspection, and they've reached the conclusion that, wait a minute, I'm being nickel and dimed to death.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, to not do this goes against their narrative. I mean, which is to produce and be, essentially be a nice little good social slave, die, and then your kids repeat the process. I mean, it's done to, if they can't get to you, they'll get to your family. I mean, that's why I hate to see what the future's going to look like. I might have to do a reenactment of Roots where I'm getting beaten down by pussy. You will go to pussy. No.
Well, in the American Constitution, it says that there's no slavery, and it is an exception in that, in sub paragraphs of that says except for child support.
I think it's kind of weird for guys who,
because they know to even say that, they know that taking money, the definition of slavery is taking money from one person that works for it and giving it to another.
Yeah,
not to mention it's kind of weird that I think it's weird that guys who are unable to pay their child support end up like actually going to jail and being around killers and shit. So it's like killer, guy who can't pay child support.
Yeah, killer, guy who didn't pay his child support.
How fucking backwards is that? I'm going to take your driver's license off you so you can't work, but pay your child support. Now I'm going to put you in jail.
The first punishment is they're going to take your driver's license away so you can't go to work. What a bunch of
I'm going to put you in. Now I'm going to put you in jail so you still can't go to work, but we're still going to keep backing up your child support bill.
Right. And also, please remember that child support that you speak of, sir, it accrues interest.
Yep.
Exactly.
You'll never be done with that if you go down that line, and that line it's pure 100% racketeering.
It's racketeering, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
It's them paying themselves. If we didn't have a Health and Human, half of the Health and Human Services buildings are for child support and female services. Like I said before in videos before, if we just use the library, you can go down, type in your information, it would connect right to the government. You tell them how much you make and what you make, and if you need additional funding, without like 3 people that are getting paid $80,000 a year having to oversee it, we would cut the taxes in America down by 54% was my estimate.
Yeah, well, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Oh yeah, then people
would just cut. That would just cut female jobs in 3/4.
Yeah, it was never really about giving women
80% of government workers are female.
Yeah,
right. Here in the U.S., I think it's over 60% of all government employees, municipal, county, state, and federal. The majority, yes, they're women.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, Joey Aragon. If he was in, I would bring up Albany. If you've ever been in Albany, it's like 80% of the people in that town work for the government and do absolutely nothing and have no products, and it's like
they provide no service or no products. So their positions are pointless.
Their positions are pointless, and we can do away with all those positions if we just use our library system right. And that's all I'm asking for. And so, if we're going to do this thing, we support father, what you would call a father, and I would be okay with that. If you're going to call me a father, then support me helping out, and then I would get the same benefits. But I don't.
Oh, I'll never forget when you said years ago that I think you said the term father was German for one who is responsible.
Yeah, Paydor.
Yeah. That's what it was.
Paydor.
The responsible party. Now that you just jogged my memory.
ATM. You know what you call an ATM? A payor service. It's the same word. It's a payor.
That's what I saw when I saw Will Smith after he slapped him and turned around. I saw a broken ATM walking off the stage.
Yeah, you've seen an ATM walking back down there. The ATM just did its job. It's like, they're violent. Exactly. Simps are violent, and I've always said simps are violent. It's a mental illness in men that when they believe when they believe so wholeheartedly in the marriage thing and this whole love thing. And love is just, we all know that love is just a bunch of chemicals running around your body. When they're so addicted to that, when they're so addicted to like crackheads, and they're harmful and they're mean and they're vicious, they steal and they strike out at people, and they do all the same characteristics as a crackhead.
All the same things that all the same things that they stand up and say that they are against.
Yeah, and they
exactly
direct
what they
that at
do.
other men.
Exactly. They don't direct it at women because they don't have the courage to do it. But that's who they will want to lash out at.
Because they're bacterially infected. And that's the only reason they do it, because they want to get that high. They go home and they want to get that oxytocin's running and that feeling of love, and that's why they're doing it. They're on drugs.
Not to mention, they're completely fucking spineless. A lot of people think I'm exaggerating when I say this, but I have ran into guys who get the twitch and have all this, and sweat, the twitch, and have all the same symptoms of a crackhead when they're deprived of pussy.
When they're deprived of it, yeah. I've seen it a million times. You guys probably know I'm a drug and alcohol counselor, and and I've seen the same symptoms and the same. It's when I came out and said actively that 60% of the people in AA do not have alcohol problems, that they have female problems, and that's why they're there.
Yeah, and I can relate.
I got so much backlash from that I just stopped. I got fired.
Damn.
If I can please interject just quickly, I couldn't agree more with the statement that Joe just made. Unfortunately, I caught a domestic violence case 6 years ago now, and I can't remember the parlance or the wording to please the court. I think I had to go to AA meetings,
right?
And I'm sorry, but they seem pretty blue pill. I'm trying to explain to these people, like, I don't normally abuse alcohol, but for some reason, I'm sorry to say it, I think actually women drive men to drink in some instances.
Driving men to drink, right? At the end of my marriage, I was drinking myself to death because
you have the incorrect attitude, and it must be adjusted.
Right? Yeah, you're always. Me and Joey always talk about this. There's always something wrong with men. There's always something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm a perfect male. And there's nothing wrong with me. And that's what I learned from MGTOW. That's what MGTOW gave me. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not responsible for the world's ills, and I'm just going to do my own thing.
Yeah.
So really, is it fair to say, Joe or Trav, is it fair to say that maybe, how can I put it? Maybe really what's going on is like MGTOW is a form of, it's like we're deprogramming ourselves. It's like there's one big psych op running, and you can call it gynocentrism, and men are all bad, and we have to. Our job is to serve women, and we need to know our place, and so on.
You get it from little kids at school. I noticed that little kids at school don't hit the girls. You have to treat the girls special and with respect and all that, as the girls hit us. And
sure, right.
Throw rocks at little boys. You know the meme, throw rocks at boys.
Boys are stupid. Boys are stupid. Throw rocks.
Boys throw rocks at boys.
Exactly.
Well, that's saying you can abuse a boy because he's that slave. He's going to be that slave, or you're going to make him into that slave. You're going to make him into that person with no self-esteem, and that's what we build in MGTOW. We build our self-esteem. We give these guys tools to think of themselves as more. I think if you ask me. And a lot of people are like, Joe, you think so well of yourself. Yes, I do think well of myself. I think I'm the greatest thing that ever hit this planet.
And that's the way we're supposed to feel as men. I mean,
that's what you're supposed to feel.
We get beat down so much in every avenue of life, and I've yet to find anyone that could refute any of the claims we've made that they've tried. The PUAs have tried. The Sims have tried. They can't bring any statistics or anything. We've debunked them on virtually everything, and yet still they have to come with this anecdotal crap of this voodoo bullshit.
It's what I call the infinite argument. There's always the infinite argument where at the end of that infinite argument is always, you got to do what I say.
Yeah.
And I'm not that guy. I just never been that guy. I don't do what people say. I don't get talked down to. I don't get, I don't, you can't insult me. I hold myself up with proper esteem as a male.
Well, I think what you're talking about, Traversable, is they purposely want to rob us of our dignity and our self-respect, right? I mean, is that a fair statement, do you think?
Right. That's because we'll go back to what Thoreau said about we need human company, but when you rely on human company too much, you're stealing from yourself. You're stealing how to learn how to be yourself.
Exactly.
And naturalism. And that's what they want to rob us of. All we know is how to take care of the girls. All we know is how to build houses. All we know is how to build buildings. That's all they want us to know. They don't want you looking down in here and figuring out what you are.
Yeah.
Because we're dangerous then. We're dangerous to what they want.
Yeah, which is a cog in the machine.
Yeah. And that's what MGTOW's about, waking that human spirit up in males that like I'm better and I'm a good man. And I could do the things I've done in my life are just amazing when I look back at them. And all men have these amazing qualities. They're like superhumans.
And sometimes just simply, oh my bad.
Before feminism, men understood they were the prize.
Right.
Not the other way around.
Yeah, we're the prize. We're the guys that make it happen. Y'all got superhuman abilities, but they don't.
The creators of life, the builders of society.
We create, we build, just beautiful. I hear all the time how the female, the archetype female body is so beautiful, and I think, no, man, men are beautiful. It's like you ever see what men do? It's like with these perfect chiseled bodies that we have. I mean, we do amazing things.
Even if it's not chiseled, it still works.
Yeah.
So again,
that's funny to me.
So again, to reiterate, I would say something. I'll just reiterate it. I've come to believe that MGTOW, in a way, is like a form of deprogramming yourself. And all of our lives, we've just been taught, men are scum, men are trash. When the real truth is, it's like one big psyop that's being run on us by the corporations, the government, the women, and society has been formatted this way, where it's all about.
Think about that poem you heard in when you were 5 years old or something. What was that? Girls are nice and spice, and boys are puppy dog tails.
Sugar and spice, and all things nice. Boys are puppy dog tails, snips and snails, and puppy dog's tails.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That reminds me of the movie. That reminds me of the movie The Labyrinth. Okay.
Yeah, that's starting the deprogramming. Oh, don't hit the little girls. There's sugar and spice and everything nice. They're so much better than you. You got to start getting used to that at a very young age.
Sure. I remember.
Them days are gone. They're gone. That's over. That's all over.
I remember in grammar school, I went to a Catholic grammar school. They taught us, boys in one line, girls in another line, girls first, never hit a girl,
right. Girls first, never hit a girl.
Yeah.
Sometimes they deserve it too.
And this is kind of the thing, women know they can get away with virtually anything. And what a MGTOW essentially has done, there was this movie called Ants with a Z, and everyone was either a worker ant or a soldier ant.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was the funniest thing when a lot of them refused to work. I guess the manager, the soldier ants didn't want to do anything, the worker ants didn't want to do anything, and then the two of the worker ants were talking, hey, you two get back to work, and one of them just looked at him and said, why?
Yeah.
And he couldn't answer why.
The bee movie, he was going to get married to the bee, and then all of a sudden he's just started looking around and going, I don't want to I don't want to build. I'm just going to go out and look, and I want to do something else. And they're all freaking out, like, you want to do something else?
You must conform.
You must conform. And there's a certain amount of conformity in our society. I know that's a deep-rooted problem. I think Marx tried to get at that, and Durkheim tried to get at, and they all tried to get at what is society, what should a society be. Yeah, and I think MGTOW would have the perfect society. I just pay my taxes. Your housing will be taken care of. You can have the little babies. Don't charge me. Don't try to take my stuff anymore. And we get rid of the marriage courts. We get rid of the divorce courts. We get rid of all those family courts. We separate from them. We have the female high rises or whatever they, if they want to work, they can work. I'm not saying they can't work. They can add to their life by working. We just take care of things that way instead of having this whole system of marriage and divorce that just lies to you and then drags you into total and utter poverty.
So is it fair to say, Trav, do you think MGTOWs, red pill MGTOW men, do you think we're separatists in that way?
I think I think
is that a fair word?
That there is a better society that can come from MGTOW.
Oh, definitely.
And to do that, you would have to, it's from the rebel. It's like from Camus' Rebel, you're going to have to become the rebel. And I think that's what MGTOW's saying. It's like, we're going to have to become the rebel. Otherwise, this thing ain't going to get done. And we're going to have to live with this society we built that is horribly absurd.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, like, I use the word separatist. I think that many MGTOW have come to the idea or come to the conclusion that, in a way, women are essentially parasites. They're parasitical on men. And
I got my channel taken down for saying that. It's a paracesis, not parasitical.
Exactly.
They're not parasitical. Exactly. There's a certain paracesis that happens biologically through the bacteria that they infect us with, and our minds don't work the same after we've been affected. And that's a biological couplings that break the blood-brain barrier and turn on those drugs and make you addicted to that.
Did you ever get to working on the book you were talking about?
Not this last year. That's what I wanted to take some time off, and I have a lot of the stuff that I do and just kind of put it together in an order. And MGTOW Values was going to help me because I'm having problems ordering where to start and where to end. With the ideas.
Where the middle, where the end is.
Yeah, and I put it together a million different ways. I have it all in my docs, and it's just it's a big, huge project. And I know where Barbarossa, it's a huge project. You're asking one guy to do this huge project, and that's where I think a lot of MGTOWs could get together, share their stories, what they do, and then paraphrase and tell what did you learn, and then we can develop the book, sort of like the AA book. You know how the AA book is.
Yeah.
You got these. Here's what we're saying, and they got their 12 steps, and then here's some stories, and then they summate it.
Yeah.
In a way, AA is a very good model to follow, and how that thing happened, how MGTOW can get into society like that. If MGTOW can get into society like AA did in the same manner, then I mean we'll have it figured out. But we do need a book.
I think it's starting. I think it's finally starting. It's working its way in, but there is an infectious wing of it that is trying to take it over.
Right, like in AA, it would be it'd be like the alcoholics attacking AA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and that's a very good. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, they don't want to give up their drinking. They don't want to give up their. They don't want to give up them happy oxytocins that run through their body when they're with a female. And I'm not asking them to give it up. I'm asking them to get it under control.
Get your biology under control.
Yeah, get your biology under control. And if the control comes from just knowing about it. If you know,
I would say there's a little bit more to that story, though. I would say yes, for the men, it's mostly get your biology under control, but for the women, I think the message should more be, get your hands out of my pocket.
Get your hands out of my pocket, right?
Hey, I know quite a bit about the whole AA thing, and it used to work so remarkably well because they only dealt with guys that were close to dying. It's not like today. Like today, like you get a DUI from
That's
whatever, and they send you to AA for years, right? But before it was like guys that were like almost dying from their drinking,
right.
and that's when it worked remarkably well.
60% of the people that are getting treated for alcoholism now don't have alcoholism; they have female problems. That's why.
They have relationship problems.
Yeah,
mainly with girlfriends or ex-girlfriends.
Yeah,
Well,
that could be.
Everyone that drinks is dying from it because alcohol is a poison.
Alcohol is a poison, yeah. And some people are allergic to it, some people aren't.
So you have to accept it. You have to accept your own responsibility for
Well,
it.
People have had all kinds of discussions about alcohol, and my final answer for all that is alcohol is a hydrocarbon.
Yeah, yeah.
Carbon,
but what it is, if you want to, I only deal with people that want to get sober and want to get straight. If you don't want to get sober, you're not going to do it. And that's like MGTOW. If you don't want to get sober, and the MGTOW is the same way. If you don't want to be better and take this thing on, you might as well stay out and be just do the same.
Yeah, I found this when my ex-girlfriend and her kids were staying with me, and it became apparent within like, I don't know, around 6 to 8 weeks that she was fucking around.
Oh, okay.
Like obvious, right? Like she's going out every weekend, not coming home until Monday. So like, okay, so she's cheating.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, most of them do.
And and then that's when I found MGTOW. About let's see, 4/21/17 is when I threw her ass out.
Yeah, you know what I was
saying? So almost 5 years to the day.
My ex-wife gave me the best lesson in my life. At the end of it, she said, I was trying to take care of the kids. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to take care of everything still. And I'm coming around, and she says, I says, you're cheating on me. And she says, yeah, that's none of your business. That's the best lesson of my life, because I learned from that point on that it's none of her business what I do.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable.
It always should have been.
Unbelievable.
It always should have been. I don't care what you do, and you don't. And basically, but women get us in this trap where we think that we have to act a certain way. There's moral chains on us.
Exactly.
And there are no moral chains.
It's like a set of double standards that they attempt to impose on us. They basically say you guys have to follow this set of rules.
You guys have to follow this set of rules. Yeah.
It's called.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I need to leave. Traversal, it was a pleasure. I don't know how to express. I love it when you put on these live streams. I wish you'd put on more. I don't mean to pressure you, but your work is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I'd like to have each one of you guys back individually so I could talk to you like individually for a while. And
I was just about to say I'm going to contact you in the I'm going to give you my Proton email.
Okay.
Maybe sometime I can do a live stream with you in the coming weeks or months.
I'd love to do that, and we can get down to what you want to talk. I know what you want to talk about, but it's.
Yeah, no. But regardless, it was a pleasure, gentlemen. Have a good rest of your evening.
Okay,
have a good day.
Take care, man. It was great talking to you. Great having
you.
All
right, bye, gents. Take care now.
This is such a brotherhood, isn't it? Once you start in MGTOW, it's like you feel, man, it's a brotherhood of men that, man, we're all just trying to pulling through this thing, and we need to assist each other.
all rowing in the one direction.
Yeah, we're all going in one direction, and it's great. I love this.
But it very much is like it is very much like a 12-step group, right? Like I was infected, whether it was my choice or not.
Right. No, it wasn't.
And I became addicted to that infection, and now I'm getting better.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I had an addiction, and I used to have an addiction, and then I became a MGTOW. Now I don't have that addiction. I'm not going to do it no more. I'm abstinent from that, and as I always say, that the default position of most males is abstinence. We don't think about that while we're fixing our cars. We don't think about that while we're at work. No. We don't think about those things while we're doing important things in lives, and that's where we should be. It's asexuality.
Oh yeah, I'm not, like when the girl or the woman or the old lady at the store talks to me, I'm not sure if she's flirting with me or not anymore. Because like I'm pretty sure I'm not flirting with her.
Yeah, and we get
That's all
accused.
that matters.
Yeah, it doesn't matter after that. It's like we just kind of. I go to the store, I get what I need, and I walk out, and I try to be as nice as I can to everybody.
That's all you can do is be polite and
Yeah, just be polite. Yeah.
Oh, how's my volume now? I changed it. I dropped it down about 60%. Is it better?
Yeah, a lot better now. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, it's the phone. It doesn't have like a separate microphone setting.
Yeah.
Cheaper. That's
Yeah, I give my when you're out in the world, I always give my when I'm trying to tell guys about when I'm out in the world, I did this great course, and it was a photography course, and how the links over it is kind of weird. I took pictures before I did this course, and then we got counseling. We talked about things. We had 2 weeks back in the woods. And then we took pictures after the 2 weeks of being in total serenity. And the differences between the photographs were astounding about how I look at the world. And then I went in front of it was a doctor there, and he brings you in, and it was this great, it was just this great experience. And they give you an assessment of your 2 weeks and everything. He says, Joe, here's what I want you to do. When you go out into this world, and every time you go to a gas station, every time you go to a store, every time you do something, tell the person that's at the counter how much you appreciate them, and be nice.
Oh, it
simple gesture of appreciation.
I would go to the local gas station like after dark a lot to buy some beers, and there's a fella there that works midnights, right? And so like one night I was just feeling generous, and I'm like, all right. So I bought a pack of cigarettes. I opened it up, grabbed one out for myself, and then handed it to him. And he's like, "What's this?" I'm like, "Could you let me be nice to you for just like a minute?"
Yeah. That's the whole thing isn't for you, and that's what I learned. The whole thing isn't for them. I got that wrong. The whole thing isn't for them. The whole thing is for you, because then you make friends at the stores. I go into the store now. Everybody loves to see me. I just keep it civil. I keep it upbeat. I say something funny, and everybody loves to see me. With that, the chicken girl sometimes throws a couple extra pieces of chicken and gives me a wink, and they love seeing me. There's no friction out in that universe anymore for me.
Joe, the chicken girl. Yeah, I haven't heard you talk about her in a while, man.
I missed it.
I remember you saying years ago that it's so the girl that's packing the bags and checking you out at the supermarket, it's a shit job. You wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah.
A simple gesture of appreciation.
Simple gesture of appreciation.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
And then
she's nice to you.
And then next time you come in, bang.
Bang.
She sees you and
she smiles, and
yeah,
everything's nicer. The whole room changes.
Exactly.
And that's for you. And then it's like I can go out into this world now knowing that one simple fact is that I have to put that effort in. I do that all the time now, and wherever I go, people love me. And it's about the whole process of becoming a man above reproach.
Hey, I'm sure all of us have experienced this. Doesn't it feel just wonderful to give somebody something? Like with no expectation?
Yeah, altruism is one of the
but doesn't it just feel wonderful? Like, here's a box of cookies. I would like you to have it.
Right.
It feels great.
Me and Joey talk about altruism all the time. That's what got us into some of the troubles, because we're super altruistic with the females. And we want to give. And we want to build. And then they take advantage of that. All men, all we want to do, most men wanted in this whole world was to be loved. And that's the first thing feminism took away from us.
That's all you wanted it to be, is reciprocal.
Yeah.
I used to have dreams and want to die, met women.
It's not much to ask for.
Reciprocal altruism is supposed to be our society.
Ouch. Ouch, Black Wolf, but ouch, so true. Ouch.
But it's not. It's become men give and others take.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, men are the more like loyalty, honor, all those are all male concepts. Men are the more, loyal gender. I mean, there are guys that will stay with, a girlfriend or wife when they're going through cancer, or whatever they're going through. But you reverse the situation. I know very few women that would stay with a dude that's
Exactly.
sick
Yeah.
or dying
Spot on.
or going anything. Like usually they're just waiting for the fucker to keel over
Half
and
of
then
my
go on to the next guy. They
It's
got
a
them
different-
lined up.
All already got their hand on the exit door.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Me and my
Monkey
friend.
branch into the next one.
Yeah, me and my friend got a we call it DDM. When you look out of these old women and we go, how much DDM you think she got? And that's dead daddy money.
Yeah. That's one I remember. DDM.
DDM, dead daddy money. How many guys has she killed so she could ride around in that Lincoln?
Oh, my neighbor, it's at least 2 to 3 right across the street.
Damn.
Yeah. Ooh.
I think most men, all they want is women to just stand up and face the responsibilities that they should.
Agency. When we talk about agency, when feminism
Exactly.
talks about agency, I want them to have agency, but I want them to have the same agency after they get pregnant as before they got pregnant.
Exactly.
They made that decision. They opened up their legs. They took you can't get pregnant as a man. I want them to take that responsibility, and I want to help with that, and I want our society to help with that. But when we got a racketeering government that taps into all the funds and doesn't use it for what it's supposed to be for, it's supposed to be for this gender thing. This men pay taxes so the women can be taken care of, and that's it. And then we lose all this marriage stuff and this Christian marriage ideas and everything, and all that, and it works the way it's supposed to work. Not there's this third group of people that you give the money to, and that's where the racketeering comes in. They slice off 90% of it for themselves, and then it goes back down to that's a social fact. If you ever look up Durkheim's social fact, that's the social fact. The government slices off the percentage for themselves, then it goes back down to where it should go.
Exactly.
Can I interject just a little bit here about what you said about government and racketeering?
Yeah.
If you look up the definition of government and how it behaves, and then you look up the definition of a terrorist or a terrorist organization and how they behave the exact same way.
Yeah.
They use force to achieve their means.
Yeah, they use force to achieve their means. And then you think about the media nowadays, how the media has become this terrorist unit and everything they accuse everybody else of being terrorists, they're doing. They're just.
Oh, that's straight out of Rules for Radicals, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, that's right out of they say we're radical by saying the truth, and then on the other hand, they're supporting these systems of slavery and terrorism. And you should never have to use force on your society. Our society should want to volunteer to be these good men, and we want to be these good men. We just don't want to be slaves.
Yeah,
it's easy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly right. We want to be good. We want to be productive and all that. Productive, providing, protecting, all that. But we do not want to be slaves. We want to set a boundary, right? I mean, what's the old?
Hey, you want to be
the old saying: "Good fences make good neighbors."
Right. That makes good neighbors.
Yeah.
Well, communities function better when they work together on the same, But
at the same point, I mean, there has to be a boundary, like this far no further.
Right. Yeah. You can't select a group of a group in society and that's males. And misogyny, when they call us misogynists, you ever think about that selecting a group a gender group and calling it a name, isn't that misandry?
Oh,
Exactly.
I would make the joke. I don't know, watching the Honey Badgers a while back. If you go and look, you'll see the comments with the triple misogyny at the beginning, and I would say, "Oh, my soggy knees," just to make fun of it because it's retarded.
Yeah, it's hypocritical and it's absurd, and we talk about these.
I mean, when you really look at it, I mean, like how men do all the things, right? We pick up the garbage, we do the plumbing, we do the electrical, we do the building, we do this, we do that.
It's just when you stop doing that, that's when you're.
Yeah. So if
you have to do it.
Yeah, and then suddenly it's misogyny, right? But
that's kind of the thing. I mean, I've had women get mad at me because I said, if you want to call me misogynist, then fine, call nature misogynistic, because women, since the dawn of time, the reason they've never had to have credibility. You can go all the way back to the BC era. They were doing the exact same thing they're doing now. They're just allowed to do it. They never had to have it. I compared it to that joke I made a long time ago, to the Cave of Wonders from Aladdin. You tell a man, okay, go in that cave, get the lamp, don't touch anything. Why? Because you'll die. We don't ask any questions. Tell a woman that, oh, wait, how will I die instantly? What kind of instant death? I don't know. Touch the gold. You'll find out.
Right? Exactly. I mean, shouldn't Jafar have been a woman?
Yeah. That would have made infinitely more sense. I mean, the Cave of Wonders is like a euphemism for pussies, from pretty much look, but don't touch. And if you happen to piss it off, it's going to close on you and you'll just be stuck. You better hope you have a
You're going to be stuck in that. Yeah, right? I mean, infinite cosmic power, tiny little living space.
Yep.
There's a lot of people say, when you look at law and how law works, one person files for a divorce, and that's 89% women. Women get a divorce, men get a decision from the court.
That's the thing.
Women get a divorce, men get a judgment.
Yeah, now that's where the 50-50 lie comes in, because every lawyer knows that there's two people, women get a divorce and men get a decision from the court, and that's 50-50. And that's the only way. That's the lie.
I had figured out divorce like shit.
But really,
99 or something, and I had to relate it to mechanics, right? Where you've got your intake manifold with your bimetallic spring in the intake manifold that works the choke on your carburetor, and that's called a divorce choke, right? Because there's a wall between the spring and everything else. A divorce is a wall. It's a boundary. Again, we're back to boundaries.
Yeah, so
that's the thing. Whether it be the ring or whether it be somebody getting high off of love, I mean, you essentially become the genie from Aladdin. And when you finally realize you don't have to do that, and then the cuffs finally come off and say, "Hey, wish for the Eiffel Tower." Like, okay, I wish for the Eiffel Tower. No way. Flip them off and walk away. You don't have to grant wishes anymore. I mean, that's the thing with it. I mean, women did that, and they act like their life was so hard. It really was. And even the caveman days, their life
no, it never was that hard.
It would be.
It was never that hard. And they get away with all kinds of crap, right? Like, I'm not a big guy. Now I can fight. I can take a punch. I can give a punch. Whatever. I don't really like doing it. It's all a bunch of trouble, right? You know, I don't need to be getting medical bills for nonsense. Right, for myself or for someone else. But once upon a time, 25 years ago or something, I'm in the bar. My sister's in the bar. I wasn't there with her. I just was there, and this crazy chick from high school and this crazy dude from high school. It's like we're like 25, right? So this was a long time ago, right? But he said something dumb, and this other chick was like, "Are you gonna let him do that? Why don't you kick his ass?" And you just grabbed him and slammed him for 5.
Robot.
You're right.
Robot.
Yeah, that's called by proxy violence. Women will employ by proxy violence to get another male to help her punish a male for a presumed guilt of something.
The Will
In the
Smith
same way a
situation.
child calls its parent to stop someone else, that person hurt my feelings, beat them
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
And it's corruption. It's corruption. If you ever took a corruption course, I had a great corruption course teacher in the University of Richmond, and he came out and the first thing he said is, all corruption is stemmed from what you would do for your family or what you would do for a loved one. What extents will you go for a loved one? It's corruption. And when you hear every time someone gets caught and every time someone does that, and it's always, you always hear them say, I did it for my daughter. And that's feminism.
Okay.
I'm doing this for my daughter. When you see these people protecting feminism, I'm doing this for my daughter because she's
that rather explains the whole Hunter Biden thing now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm doing it for this. I'm doing it for this person I love. And that's corruption. Yeah. And every person that I got to make all this money and steal from all these people because I'm doing it for my family.
So
all's fair in love. All's fair in love and war.
That's what they say. And but if they made it actually fair and men could fight back, then it wouldn't be fair, would it?
No, not at all.
Not to mention.
Yeah, I do believe that's why we are handicapped, because it would not be fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
they would complain about it. Like, oh, that's.
I mean, I got like.
And that's what they do.
For real, I got like maybe 3 moves, but those 3 moves put together ends with death. But I got a non-related but semi-related topic for you, Joe. What do you think about Intel making that factory in your state?
Oh, the gigawatt factory, yeah.
The new Intel's going to make a silicon fabricating factory. I think like in Cincinnati or something.
Yeah, they're supposed to do that. They're supposed to make the Intel factory. And we got a business coming in on a town called Elyria down here because we have fresh water that comes through. They're going to do the lithium there. The lithium.
Yeah, because that's the main resource they need to make silicon is clean fresh water. So the Great Lakes are like perfect.
The Great Lakes are in abundance in any one of these rivers. There's like 1,000 rivers here. It's like.
Oh yeah, I live like water. It's a little dinky stream, but I'm like 100 yards from the thing. I mean that would feed several thousand families' homes if we just pumped it out.
Yeah, I'm positioned between the Black River and the Huron and the what's the next one?
This is some up here in Michigan. It's some branch of the Clinton. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah. So there's a lot of rivers around here. Well, yeah. So the technology is coming to Ohio just because we have resources of fresh water.
Yeah, it's the same as like Detroit. I mean, when they had all the big 3 and the River Rouge and all that, you need water.
Right. It was easy to get the taconite to Detroit from Wisconsin.
That's another one that blows my mind is. All these greenies carry on about renewable, free green energy and all that bullshit. Do any of them realize how toxic it is to mine lithium?
Yeah, lithium, you got to wash lithium, and then you got to divide it with nitrates.
Acids and
I'm fairly certain we stayed in Afghanistan so long for the opium and the lithium. I don't think there was any other reason other than those 2 things, really.
Done right, there's like 5 products that come from lithium washing, and they're all very good products, and you can make a ton of money doing that. And the end result is very, very clean comparatively to say a steel mill or a gas. I worked in mobile oil for years, and it's very clean comparatively.
But I mean, they're talking about that carbon negative gearing garbage.
Yeah,
Mining,
that's
mining
nonsense.
Lithium and mining coal.
All
Yeah,
that is
lithium
it's more
One's way
wealth
above the other.
transfer over to China.
Yeah, a
That's
lithium
all it
battery
is.
is 100% recyclable.
Well, I said it before and I'll
Well,
say it
so
again.
is a lead acid battery. I mean, that's 100% recyclable too.
Yeah, you can recycle those things, but it's just who's going to do it. That's the big problem. And
Yeah. My brother brought up that point. It's like, yeah, it's all recyclable or whatever. But like you said about the steel mill, it's like, but have you ever seen the ground around a battery factory? It's all dead.
Yep.
yeah. If you would have seen the ground around, I made plows for years. And, if you ever seen the ground around that, you would be like shocked. Or Harley Davidson's, one of the ones that come up is Harley Davidson's. They put a coating over the brake on a Harley Davidson. It's what's that stuff called? It's a copper-like coating, and we got them down. You know what? I could show you guys what it looks like.
Titanium nitride or copper?
It starts with a B. I can't remember the name. My father actually worked in the business and got the bonded.
Jesus, what's it called?
B. Beryllium? No, that ain't it.
Beryllium, yeah.
I was looking for that.
No, it's not it. Beryllium is so hard to refine because most of the isotopes are radioactive.
See that background?
Or tantalum.
Well,
yeah, that looks like a moldy desert.
That's where a steel mill has been since 1920, and half of this town is that, where nothing grows.
Wow. Well, we ought to go out there sometime and just plant a bunch of maple trees to punch through that layer.
See the steel mill in the back, and the river goes through that, and then they flush the steel out and use it for cooling in the river and everything. And
they have the same problem down south with the red clay. It's so high in iron, it's hard to grow anything.
Yeah, I could show you that on a picture. I drive through. There's a little area that they put trees in and pretend like it's a park, so no one sees it. And as I drive through it, I can show you. I take pictures or video with on my e-bike, and I can show you just how far this thing goes, and you would be shocked.
It's probably what 25 miles in a whole radius, or 100 miles.
It's pretty much half our town.
Wow. Yeah, we ought to just go out there. We ought to just go out there sometime with a whole bunch of maple seeds and acorns and all that stuff, and just plant like Johnny Appleseed. Right? I mean,
nothing grows in that stuff. That's
no, but I mean, even if only 10% come up, it's going to fix it. Because
you only have to look around the room that you're sitting in.
Yeah.
And one of the most toxic products that is available and mass produced in the world is plastic.
Plastic, yeah. Yeah, houses are terrible. The ginseng.
Oh, yeah.
You think
this is true. I mean, what even the EPA says it or whatever, right? The air quality inside your house is worse than outside your house because of all the plastics.
Yeah, everywhere you look at plastic. Plastic carries a lot of estrogen. It's horrible for men. Even if you get yourself a bottle to drink out of, get a nice thick plastic bottle that has the correct things underneath there. Estrogen free.
Stainless steel.
Yeah, you're much better off with a stainless bottle or a glass bottle than plastic for sure.
Yeah, get yourself a good bottle and take your zinc. We've talked about that before. How important zinc is to your.
Big John brought this up years ago before it was canceled. When he still had his MGTOW channel, he brought up the BPA, and it's like, it's in all the soft plastics. Your carpet, your clothing, everything. It's in all the soft plastics.
Yeah, we take a look at like the older generation, us guys, and we look like men. And I take a look at the new suit. You guys see the new Superman yet? That guy ain't got a muscle on the body.
No, I've not seen it.
Are you talking about the black Superman?
The newest one that they made just came out a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, right. Oh, no.
Not-
You mean the
not
one
seen
that's
it.
Guy from Twilight.
in
I-
production now.
Yeah.
The
They
new
show that guy
Superman
without a shirt
is-
on, and he looks like a millennial. He looks like there's not a muscle on that guy's life. He is not
When
tall. That's what a man
like-
is nowadays.
I don't know how far I was into, seeking the truth of everything. But when I first got red pilled, I went out to the library and I took out what's that one? Equalizer with Denzel,
Okay.
and
Equalizer, yeah.
and I took out the one with the one mouthy guy, the red. I can't think of the guy's name right now. But then I sat down and I watched the movies and I cried. I cried because it was completely their devotion to women that made them do those things.
Oh yeah. You look at if you steal movies like I do, you go to Pub Films or something like that, or one of the sites and everything. All you see is these endless amounts of Go Girl movies, and her special quality is just being quirky and mean. My son laugh about it all the time.
Oh yeah. Oh, and that's the funniest thing. As a dude, if you're quirky and mean, you'll slay all the puss.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you're like weird and mean to people, you'll get laid like nobody's business.
Not Captain America. Who is it? Captain is a woman.
Oh yeah, the new Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel.
Deadpool. That's what it was. I got out the Equalizer with Denzel and Deadpool with whoever played Deadpool.
Yeah, I was going to talk about this because I was just watching new Morbius. He's a vampire superhero sort of, and
yeah.
In the beginning when he goes nuts and he kills like 7 or 8 mercenaries, and he kills the other male doctor. The female doctor gets pushed over and gets passed out. You know what the trope of the whole show was? That he hurt her. After killing 7 or 8 mercenaries, you're allowed to kill males. You're allowed to kill the male doctor, but if you put a bruise on that female, you're going to have the whole world come down on you.
Man, if they ain't it was. The funny thing is, right? I talked about my ex-girlfriend a little bit, and so I don't know when it was, Christmas or something. Last time I was at my folks and my sister showed up. So like I said, it's been almost 5 years, right? It'll be 5 years and like less than 3 weeks that she's been out of my house. She's still shit talking me on social media.
About that
she's still
5 years ago.
Yeah, after 5 years.
Yeah, with females, they just someone had to have a joke about that. It's like. And I was at work once, and some guy says, "You don't want to do that. You're gonna piss her off." And then he says, "Most people get over that in like a month or maybe 2, but 5 years from now, she's still gonna be bringing it up." It was about I put some garbage somewhere or something.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Apparently, he's not wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's gonna still be bringing that up 5 years from now. God. Wow, people hang on to stuff and really long too. Some people.
Well, here's just blows my mind about the whole thing, right? Because like she wanted her kid, she wanted custody of her kids, she got that. She wanted an apartment, she got that. She wanted a job, she got. She wanted a new boyfriend, she got that too. And yet somehow it's still my fault.
It's still your fault, right?
I mean, she got what she wanted, but still somehow I'm bad guy.
Right. Yeah, we all have them incidents in our lives that somehow it's still our fault. It's like you're never good enough. That's what me and Joey Aragon. You'll never be.
No. I found narcissistic abuse recovery and MGTOW like at the same time.
Yeah.
And it made so much sense. I'm like looking at these things and I'm just torn up from the floor up, right? And then somehow it just clicked. It's like they can't. Here, if you look at the old myth, they made it the dude and the river and echo, but really, I mean, really, who spends a lot of time in the mirror? Who spends 55 minutes every day putting their face on?
Yeah. Well, it's the mask. Yeah, we talk about the mask and what you're getting.
It's not the guy.
Yeah.
When I waited tables, and I had to do that every day, I was 20 minutes in and out of the bathroom. I was 10 minutes in the shower, 10 minutes shaving, and I was good to go for the whole day.
Yeah. Yeah, in the Army they taught us we had exactly 4 minutes to shower and get ready to get out that door. 4 minutes. You got 4 minutes.
There you go.
In the Army.
There you go.
And I did
exactly the way. That's the way I still am. I can shit, shower, shave in 4
get
minutes.
in that bathroom in the morning. I walk from my room into there. 4 minutes later, I walk out, got my cup of coffee already brewing, and I'm out the door within 10 minutes. And it's like, because I had that experience in the Army, it's like, you got 4 minutes to get ready. And I remember counting 1, 2, 3, and just and most of the guys refused to take showers at that point. I was like, he would like, no, you got to take a shower. You got 4 minutes to do that. That's plenty of time.
Oh yeah. I was in the Marines.
Off one day.
I was in the Marines. I'm just a little bit more. What do I say now? I'm a little more indulgent to myself now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do it in 4 minutes, but yeah, I took 20.
Yeah. I got a weekend off once because there was just me and one other guy that was actually taking a shower in the morning. That on drill day, it was Monday through Fridays with drills, and you had 4 minutes to get. And the guys were just putting their clothes on and running out the door, and the DI was hiding in the bathroom watching, and it's like me and another guy went in there, took a shower, and ran out the door, and he pulled us out of when you're in a platoon, he'll pull you forward.
Oh, I got a boot camp story. I got a boot camp story for you.
And I think it was I can't remember the other guy's name. He says, "You get the weekend off. Take off right now." And then the rest of them, and he goes, "You filthy."
Oh, we never got the weekend off. My guy was a prick. We never got the weekend off. I got a boot camp story for you. I'm sure you appreciate this. So we're out in the field. This is where were we? We're out in Camp Pendleton.
Okay. We're
out in the field doing our field stuff. Second phase. I think it was after rifle range. So we knew what a rifle could do and all that. But so we're out at Pendleton, and so we're living in tents, and got all our shit in our backpacks, all that. And so I'm standing in line to go to the head, right? Mm-hmm. Got to take my morning piss, just like every man in the world's got to take a morning piss. And they're like, "Oh, fall in, we're moving out." Well, I still got to piss, right? So we're hiking on down the road, and I just I'm like, fuck it. Dropped my trousers like down to around my waist, or down to my thighs, and started pissing. And drill instructors are coming on duty. It's like, "Would you like me to piss on your boots, sir?" I mean, what am I gonna do? I gotta piss. It's coming out one way or the other.
On those marches, they said, "Okay, hit the woods." Yeah. Okay.
I just thought you might appreciate that a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start shutting this one down. It's been going a while, and yeah. And like I told you guys, you guys want to get together and make some videos and talk about stuff individually, or we can do this on Fridays. Sundays is always my favorite. Just give me a text or shoot me a text in either a video or
would you like my email?
Yeah, you
Black
can,
Wolf had a long talk with Stardust. I think you ought to too, Joe.
I'll chuck it in private chat.
yeah, send it to me in a private. I'll put my, well, you can get my email address from my my little thing up there. It'll say it underneath and hey, or any video I see, everything that comes through every video. You go
Have you been uploading a lot?
no, this is the first time in like a year.
You have been uploading
exactly.
what, like
Okay.
3 months, 6 months, something like that, Joe?
Yeah, I got
No, it's
COVID
been a
twice,
year.
and my
damn.
chest was ripped. I ripped my sternum here from coffee,
Oof.
and like
Dang.
still here, I'm still hacking, and it hurts. It hurt bad. My shoulders, every little thing that I had damaged during life seemed to just light up. I don't know what it was about that. And
I had a foot injury. 15 years ago, whatever. It took a solid year to get better, and still sometimes, I'll get like a little cold or whatever, and my foot will just throb.
yeah, your foot, it's inflammation in those areas. Plus I'm pretty old, and I got arthritis now, and the knees were like just huge, and the feet were like two bloody bricks.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
And,
I've got arthritis too. I've had it for a long time.
And I had to get in pain management, and that was a little. It's like
I would avoid them people.
But
they're legal drug dealers.
that ripped right here. It ripped my chest muscle over.
I mean, they really are. They're legal drug dealers. They're like, oh, would you like 12 Vicodin a day? Oh, here you go.
Tore the old chest wall muscle off the sternum.
Off this, right there. I think it's called.
Yeah.
It's really painful.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
it's
not a good deal. Yeah, anything with the chest is painful.
Yeah, definitely.
Broken ribs, it hurts just to breathe.
Yeah, there's just a lot of.
That it does.
I stopped reading there for a while, and I stopped trying to think about things, and it was just it made it impossible for me to be a good host.
Yeah.
That's understandable. I mean, that's why I learned. I mean, throughout the year, I haven't made many videos because, one, I'm exercising a lot, slim down, and preparing to move and everything. I mean, and hey, I know what that shit's like, man. I remember getting in a bike accident a few years back, man, and it was really messed up. The only thing I was concerned about was my dick. Funny enough,
it was just fresh off the. Remember when I fell? Went over on the MTB. I like to do the jumps and stuff still at my age, and it's probably really dangerous for me. And but I fell and clobbered a tree with this shoulder, and it ripped it like. And that took like a year to get over. Now,
nothing worse than ripping an AC joint.
Oh
That
God,
sucks,
it was opinionated in there, and it just got.
Yeah.
Somebody finally told me how to do it, how to get rid of it, and all the doctors had no fucking clue. Doctors are morons.
Exactly. Yeah. Most of mine, exactly.
I don't jump too much anymore. I still ride, but I don't jump too much anymore. I do a lot. I still do drop-offs though.
I like that. It's just something that happens to me when I'm out there, and it's like I'll see a jump, and I know I shouldn't do it. And then it's like,
I mean, I can. I mean, and my bike jumps well, but
you got a mountain bike?
Yeah, I got a 97 Cannondale Super V500.
Oh, Cannondale. That's right. You told me that you got a Cannondale. That's excellent.
Yeah, I got the story behind that is I got a second DUI, and it was get an apartment or get the bike, and I got the bike.
You got the bike. Yeah,
I kept the bike, so I mean, if it had been an apartment, I wouldn't have the bike. So I'm glad with that purchase.
Yeah, Joey rides a Specialized. I had to buy a steel frame, so I bought the best steel frame I could find for my weight because I'm a big guy, and you just can't get on a bike if you're a big guy.
Oh yeah, you are large. You're a large fellow.
And
Hammerhand is too.
I find I could do everything most people can do, and it's just a little extra weight. But I'm carrying like 40 pounds more than most mountain bikers, anyways. So what's a little extra weight?
I'm overweight right now. I'm like, I don't know, like 190. I should be 175.
Okay.
So what are you rocking, if you don't mind me asking?
Just recently, I'm 290.
Oh, okay, yeah. But you're like tall. I mean, like you're tall.
No, I'm not real tall. I was always stocky, like a football player.
You're stout. I mean, you're a stout guy. I mean, like,
yeah, I was always stocky.
Like you and Hammerhand could be brothers, right?
Yeah, it's just some people are big and I'm big, and
yeah. I mean, I mean, if you want to go, Chicago's a big guy. I mean, I looked at him. I'm like, you're like 2 1/4, 6'2", right? Just looking at him from his shoulders, it's like you got to be like 6'2", 2 1/4 at least.
Oh yeah, much more than that. Yeah.
Anyway, Trav,
Okay.
I hope you keep going, mate, because there's a hole being missing in the sphere that you fill.
Yeah, I'm gonna try I just think I'm gonna try losing about 50 pounds real soon, and then start to get. I feel better now. I feel clear, and
me and you're in the.
Excellent.
And you're in the same boat. I remember you gave me that blueberry recipe, and I've been juicing a lot. Like it might get one of those juicers, man, and just even on days I don't walk, I substitute 1 or 2 meals for the juicer and
juice in the morning, the blueberries in the morning with a couple pieces.
I was at 235. Now I'm at 220.
220, cool.
Yeah.
SCE, I guess he was like in real bad shape. He did like a soup diet.
Soup? Yeah.
Successful endeavors. I guess he was like in real bad shape and diabetic and whatnot. And he did like a soup diet and like dropped almost 100 pounds.
Yeah, I was gonna start on a liver flush, and then there used to be when I was a kid, it was like a tomato and cabbage soup. Where you do all the vegetables and you just eat that for like a couple of weeks, and it does a flush, and then you do the liver flush, and that's good for men anyways to get that fat out of the liver.
all he did was basically just stop eating everything else, and he just like bought Campbell's soup, and he just ate Campbell's soup.
Yeah,
and just by eating the soup, that dropped his calorie intake down to like 1,000 a day, and the weight just fell off.
Yeah,
I'm surprised at how many people see.
Like years ago, I was around
fasting is a bad thing.
205, 215 or something, and I just stopped drinking pop, and I got down to like 190, 185, like just like that.
Yeah, a lot of people
by stopping drinking pop.
Cut the sugars out, and you just drop weight. My problem is
carbs.
Yeah, I've always been a big guy, and it's just that's what I am, and it's hard when you're just that,
exactly.
And
I used to be skinny and painful, but now at 52, it's like I look at something on a pound,
Breaking up.
Yeah, I got a buddy. He's like 300. He's like 6'8". And he's
holy crap.
Every time he goes to the doctor, he drives him nuts. The doctor says, lose some weight. And he says, I'm 300, 6'8". I mean, I'm 6'8".
Right? That's a whole foot taller than me.
It's like, what do you want me to do?
Dude.
Yeah, I'm just
that's big dude.
And that's it.
I mean, like literally head and shoulders and then some.
Yeah, for people that are born, 170, 180 pounds, it's great. I love you all, but they don't know what it's like to carry that weight. It's just just the way I was born. It's
right.
Exactly.
And,
well, it's funny. I mean,
I understand.
I would probably be larger. It's just both of my parents are on the small side for their family.
Yeah, in a way,
like my dad's
fat shaming a little.
Not necessarily the I think my dad is the shortest guy, and my mom is for sure the shortest woman. My mom never hit 5 foot.
Yeah, they'll say, "Well, just stop eating." It's like, oh yeah, it's like that makes for a fulfilling life. Just
So
Yeah, but
so for me to be the same size as my dad, I don't feel so bad,
Yeah,
considering my mother never hit 5 foot.
That can be actually very beneficial for your body, is to fast every
right.
now
The
and then.
fast,
Not for long, not for long periods, but
yeah. Right around 40 or 45, I went down to like 220, and I'd fast a whole lot. And then I got, man, this is just so hard. It's like I have to eat like a quarter of what a normal person would eat, so I don't,
I fast for 24 hours once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, I used to do 2 days on, 2 days off, and then fast for 4 days.
Well, it's just evolutionary, though. I mean, we're just, we're not built to have an abundance. We're built for scarcity.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
We're built to pack on the weight.
Right.
When the land is fat in the summertime and all that, we're built to pack it on so we can survive the winter.
So we can survive the winter. Yeah.
Yeah. A lion doesn't eat every day.
No, I mean, a lion eats what? I mean, the lion eats half zebra and lets the rest go to hide in crows, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but the lion gets his share, but hence it's called the lion's share, but he doesn't eat the whole damn thing.
No.
So with that, I'm going to try again maybe this month and next month to get down to like 120, 240 to 220 would be great.
I was about to say 120.
Yeah, 120.
Jesus. What are you going to cut your legs off?
Yeah. I got down to 32 pounds when I got real sick.
Oh, damn.
And that's when I was at my worst. And that's when she left and she poisoned me. And I went down to 132 pounds. And I was, that's basically because of what they gave me.
Because of the antifreeze poisoning?
Glycoethanol does horrible things to your body.
Yeah, I know. You know what they give to detox you off of that?
Yeah,
they pretty much put a banana bag in one arm and an ethanol bag in the other arm.
Yeah, you have to drink.
It's kind of crazy.
What saved my life is I actually drank a bottle of gin that day. It was the gin that saved your life. The gin saved my life, or else
all the craziness in the world, right?
Yeah, but there was so much other things that happened with that. So I'd like to talk about it someday. But
that'd be good.
Within 2 months,
I should come down and visit you sometime because I'm only 5-6 hours by car.
Yeah.
We should sometime and just sit down at the kitchen table and have a talk.
Yeah, I was 320 pounds and just muscular at that point. And I was a steel worker, 320 pounds, just total muscles. I went down to 130 pounds in 2 months.
Wow. Wow. You dropped 200 pounds.
I dropped me and more. I was like, it was horrible. I just couldn't eat.
Wow.
It was just like, everything was so much pain.
And it would have been mostly muscle.
Yeah, mostly muscle. There was so much pain.
Wow.
It was just incredible.
It's funny you mentioned that the steelwork thing. When I worked in a spring factory, right, they got these carriers, I don't know, they weigh about 60, 70, 80 pounds. They're like bent out of exhaust pipe, basically, right?
Okay.
And I'd pick them up over my head and chuck them like they didn't weigh nothing.
Like they were nothing. Yeah, I remember mobile oil and barrels of oil. I would just pick up a barrel of oil. They wanted me to roll it over. I would just 320 pounds, man, strong.
Oh yeah. And then later on, I worked in a different spring factory, and I was in grinding. And the small grinding stone, like the back plate was probably, I don't know, 100, 120 pounds. The stone was, again, probably that. And I just pick it up.
Yeah,
and I'm not a big guy, but I just pick it up.
The things we do, if like politicians and women could see the things we do in factories, like a guy just grab a hold of a barrel of oil and pick it up, it's like they would go, oh, that's they don't see those things. They don't see us do those things.
That would scare the shit out of them.
That would scare them. Yeah, it's like, oh my God, that's not possible. No, there's a lot of guys that can do that, and there's a lot of guys.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's not possible for this little tiny 160-pound fucking guy to pick up a 300-pound grinding stone combination set. No, he does it all the time.
I said the most amazing thing in my life. We're up on a crane rail. You know, a crane rail there. They got the three crane rails, and you got to clean them once in a while.
Yeah.
And you got the little rollers. You're rolling up, and I dropped my screwdriver. And the guy at the next crane rail, he was over there. He worked for Ingersoll Rand, and he was coming to help me do this job. And I said, oh, man, I got to go all the way down. You got to claw down this 200-foot ladder, and then you got to wheel yourself back over and around the bend, and then get to that. And you got to climb down. He goes, no. He unclipped himself. He goes out there. He grabbed hold, and he swung over like a monkey, put the screwdriver on my table, and it swung back. It was the most amazing, superhuman thing I've ever seen. That's 200 feet over metal slabs of metal that we had just made. It's like, I was like, that was pretty amazing, and nobody saw it.
Yeah. I've been in that grinding job. Not that long, and a guy that had been there years and years and years, maybe decades, said, "Yo, Jim, can you this chamfer machine ain't working right. Can you fix it?" And I just looked at it like I was in the military still, right? Because I'm like, oh yeah, it's all fucked up. And I just looked at it like, okay, so if I make everything straight, like I'm shooting down a barrel, right? If I'm shooting the bullet down the barrel, so the barrel's got to be straight, otherwise the bullet's not going to fly straight. And that's all I did. I just straightened everything out. And then I turned it back on. It was running like 10 times the speed it had been running. He was like, "You put a blessing on that thing." It's like, no, I really didn't. I just.
Oh yes, it's Steinbeck's John, the mechanic. He just touches things that he fixes. There was so many errors and multiplied over and over again, and I just said, no, fuck all that, and I just made things in a straight line. Yeah, we used to have this. He was 72 years old. He used to work at the shop, and it was amazing. We used to have this table. You'd have to kind of crawl up on the table, go up the ladder, and stand on this table to do this, whatever it was that he was doing up there. He used to just jump up after all these years, like a gazelle. At 72 years old, every time he did it, we just all stop and go, "That's amazing." Right? Men, it's things men do.
Muscle memory.
Yeah, he just jump up onto there. Like,
oh yeah. If it was a woman, she'd have to like put in requisition and get a high-low and a ladder.
Yeah, you got to get a high-low. Even not climbing up there.
No, she complained that she had to do it in the first place.
Right, that would never happen.
Well, yeah, right. She's gonna have to put in requisition and complain the entire time. And
that's
why
one
do
job
I have to do that?
I never seen.
I don't get paid enough to do that.
I got another shop story for you fellas.
I've never seen a woman in that shop.
Working at this one spring factory, and it was always taking way too long to get things just moved around, right? Just your regular stuff, right? Just your raw materials, your finished products, your pallets of finished goods, whatnot. So I said, hey, why don't you make everybody a high-low driver? So they did. They saw the wisdom in that, and they did. They made everybody on the entire shift. They had everybody take the high-low training and stuff. But they did it at the end of the shift, right? And it was like a midnight shift. So we're all like just ridiculously tired. And they kept saying, deposit your load, and after a while, it became like Beavis and Butthead. Like they said load again.
Yeah. No, man, some things. Yeah, spring steel is interesting. I almost took a job at a spring steel factory. It was a factory. The metal would come to us, and we'd the plates underneath trains, the wear plates. I don't know if you're familiar with them, are made of spring steel, and it's really hard to bend. And the problem with it is that you have to you have to send it through a process afterwards to keep the integrity of the metal. And I almost took a job with that company after. It was like, it was interesting how you make spring.
Yeah, you got to draw it back to soft, and then you got to heat treat it.
Right, it's martensite. You bring it to martensite.
Annealing.
Yeah, annealing.
Yes, yes, it has to be annealed. It has to be like what, 12 hours at 400 C, and then you got to put it through heat treat, which is like 900 C or something.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to run it in the furnaces, and that was my job, fixing all the furnaces. Who's English breakfast? Oh, I know who that is.
And then you got to oil quench it, and then water quench it to get the final hardness.
Yeah, you polymer quench it.
All right, Trev. Thanks very much for having us up.
Okay.
Super glad to see you again, brother.
Yeah, it's good to be around here again, and good to be back healthy and talking and actually articulating what I want.
I hope you keep it up.
Yeah. I hope I can keep it up for a long time until someone takes my spot.
No.
You're replaceable. You're replaceable,
you are
brother.
you. Exactly.
We love having you here, man.
There's only one Trev, and you're him.
Yeah. Yeah, someday maybe the whole world will be full of MGTOWs, and that would be great.
Wow. The whole world MGTOWs. Imagine that. What a glorious place.
What a glorious place that would be. Hey, English.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, I want to disagree with that. Trev, you want to get out of here? You know why you want to get out of here? Because if you're not replaceable, you're not promotable.
Right.
Yep.
No, I want this thing to go on, and I want a bunch of young guys to be getting MGTOW when I leave. It's like I just want MGTOW to go on forever. So
It's happening.
it's happening.
That's
I
the
just
plan,
want
man.
young guys
Trust me,
to get
it is happening.
Get it
I
before-
know probably 40 men under 30.
Yeah.
Not one of them are married.
Cool. Yeah.
I mean,
Not
how
one of them, and are not even interested in being married, and probably 90% of them don't even have girlfriends.
Yeah, I'd like to see it where they use surrogate. When they want to have kids, they use surrogates. They buy the kid, insert their DNA, get the kid.
Yep.
It's their kid. No one can take it away from them. There's
Exactly.
and it just the woman goes away. And I'd like to have.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that like Happy Humble Hermit and Sunrise Hoodie are both under 30.
Yeah.
I mean, they sound like they're about like 28 or something.
Yeah, he had some
TIGTOW is one of the biggest growing movements there is now.
Yeah, he had interesting comments about Vanguard. We're the first generation of men to start questioning the male responsibility.
There's even what's his name?
Oh yeah,
Igor's like, or when I first saw him, he way back in the day, 4 years ago, he was like 12, 13.
Oh, hey.
Have a good one, Jim. See you later.
Do the
English. Have a good one.
Do the MGTOW thing.
Catch you next time, Trev.
Okay. Okay, is that Joey there?
Yes. All your Simpsons are forgiven.
All your Simpsons. I did it with the wrong hand. All your Simpsons are forgiven. Oh man. Hey, I'm gonna use the John here.
What's up, Black Wolf? How you doing?
You guys want to take it for a minute or two?
Sure thing. Not much, man. You left me hanging. Had to, dye my hair blonde, become a capo. Now I got my own little mini family over here. We've been messing up. lately. You know, I've been telling him if Joey was here to, he'd be able to teach us all this stuff. But now I gotta take my belt off and beat the young whippersnapper.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
The only way I know how to. Only I know how to teach him.
Yeah.
Man, I was wondering what happened. I was coming up with all kinds of stories. I was telling people, you left to like fight the good fight. Something about Ukraine. I had a bunch of stories, man.
Nah, just taking it easy. Yeah. You gonna be leaving California soon? Or?
Oh hell yeah! I'm bouncing up out of here, man. This place is just no fucking place to be. Man, they went full retard, and I just can't deal with it anymore. So I'm moving real fucking soon to the east. Can't deal with this shit no more. Fucking just trying to make a decent living, make some money. I mean, people ask me why I've been gone, man. I had to fucking leave. Shit was getting a little too intense, and people trying to bring heat down on my head. After a while, that shit happened.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I'm falling over my lighting.
I hope you've been well, man. I have that's great. I mean, I've been traveling around and just going different MGTOW channels and everything, and like, fuck, I was like, shit, I gotta make some money. So, hope all is going well on your end, though.
Yeah, seeing you around a lot of channels, Black Wolf. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I bounce around. I try to just pop my head in the window, see what's going in. It's like
you can't. The manosphere, you just gotta go in and check out what's happening, what's the newest vibe, or if you gotta know that. You gotta keep up.
That's true.
Me and SFM used to do that all the time. Just pop in. But he was more of a malicious. He's like, these guys over there just don't get it.
I have become like the fucking One Piece Shanks of MGTOW. It's just like I don't have a pirate crew. I have the smallest pirate crew. I'm not a Yonko. I didn't need a devil fruit. No devil fruit powers. I'm just there.
You're just there. You didn't bring Lurk Squad with you?
Yeah.
Who are you saying was malicious, Joe?
What's that?
Hoka? Were you saying Hoka was malicious or somebody else?
Oh no, SFM. He would just show up on some when they were sipping or talking about. I can't remember.
Oh, he was funny though. He had the most killer memes.
Yeah, he would just show up and just start yelling.
Shut up, Howard. Is that what he would say? Shut up, Howard.
Yeah, shut up, Howard. Howard Dare's back now too. I'd seen a video.
Yeah, Howard is back. He's been putting out. I'm sure he's recycling content from himself or somebody else, but
or somebody else.
It's still good, and it is. What do I say? It is like like the anti-religion, right?
Yeah.
Or like AA, like the lessons have to be repeated, or you don't get them.
Yeah.
Or you forget.
How true it was about the rumor about him, being married, being the school.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like
I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. People.
I do know the DDJ. He was some sort of like a unionist, whatever, and like people are like, oh, he's a feminist. No, he was like a union steward. There's an actual talk with him out there giving a talk at the union hall or whatever, right?
Okay, that doesn't matter. I mean, our political beliefs are far from, I'm rather liberal myself, and it's your political beliefs. We got into this horrible thing where everybody had to be far right, and that was entryism by the alt-right into MGTOW. They just wanted everybody to vote their way. They didn't want people to become MGTOWs.
Yeah, the whole Trump thing and whatever.
Yeah, that was horrible for MGTOW because you can see the results of that after Trump had lost. Like them guys they don't care about MGTOW. They just wanted you to vote for the right candidate.
Well, Trump didn't lose, but that's a whole other thing.
I would argue with that. There's no way. You ever tried to get a fake ID in America?
Yeah, I had one. I had a fake ID. I bought a license from someone when I was 19.
Yeah, you can get a fake ID to buy alcohol, but you ever try to get a fake ID where you change your identity, actually?
No, but I've heard stories, but go ahead.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible. You can't.
There was several things that tipped me off for that election. This should upset everyone, okay? It shouldn't upset like just the right or just the left, or it should upset everyone.
No.
Well, here's the one that clued me off first. There was supposedly like live vote tallies, and there was fractional votes. It's like, well, wait a minute. There's no such thing as a fractional vote.
Yeah, that would have come out. It would have been exposed if it was real.
And then the other thing,
theory.
Somebody, what's the channel? Audiobooks and More with an ampersand, or Audiobooks and Stuff. It's a good channel if you like audiobooks.
Yeah,
they've got a lot of stuff that's really critical, really critical of all the things our government has done.
I know how much the government lies to us. I know, like, I don't believe anybody, and that's just.
But what this channel had stated was there was 161 million ballots cast, and yet there was only 139 million registered voters. So it's like, yeah, that doesn't work.
No, there are new voters in that, and it's just, yeah, I just don't believe the conspiracies there.
Well, in my state, Michigan, it was it's come to pass where they found out there was like 26,000 dead voters that voted.
Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, we learned in America that in the kindergarten age that you got to vote between juice or milk. And some days the vote would be milk, and some days the vote would be juice. And all the people that didn't get what they wanted, all the little kids, had to learn how to accept that. And what we're talking about is a bunch of little babies that can't accept the vote. You learn that in kindergarten.
Well, it was stolen though.
It's not.
I mean, that's the beef. That's the beef, is that it was stolen, is that it was not fair. It was an unfair count.
There was
it shouldn't be that Trump lost or that Biden won. The fact is that it was cheated and it was an unfair count. That should upset everyone.
There was
regardless where you are on the political spectrum.
If you can find an actual case of it.
Well, there was, like I said, there was 26,000 dead voters that voted in Michigan. That's one state.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, there was.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, there was. I can go find a YouTube article, pull it up, and give it to you right now if you like.
Because they went out and they went to the houses, and what they were mistaking for is people that were.
No, the Secretary of State did not remove dead people from the voter rolls, and they voted anyway. She failed to do her job.
They were trying to remove same name voters. Like if your name was Jim McIntosh and your father's name was Jim McIntosh, they would mistake the difference.
No. Here's what I'm saying, Trav.
Dead, they would say,
here's what I'm saying, Trav. Or Joe, excuse me.
It's been investigated. It's
my grandfather Lester and my grandmother Helen are both dead, and they voted. They were both dead. They should not have voted. Dead people cannot vote. 26,000 incidents that happened in my state alone.
There was very few, not even, I think it was like 2 in each state of voter fraud. And
no, it was way higher, way higher than that. Did you see any of the stuff out of Georgia?
There's been 21 counts of fucking voter fraud.
Did you see the stuff out of Georgia? Seriously, I don't live in Georgia. It shouldn't bother me. But did you see the stuff out of Georgia? They did the vote, and then immediately they grabbed up all the ballots, all the equipment, everything, and they put it into a shred truck. So that's telling me there's some sort of cover up.
Well, that was on somebody else's watch.
Well, at least we know why Hoka lost the election, Joe.
Yeah. No, I just don't believe in all that conspiracy. You can't tell me it's real unless you prove it, and so far, no one's proved it.
Well, that's the thing too, is that it was exactly the same in like 6 different cities. They did the exact same thing, which, like very organized, very standard operating procedure, which does make me lean towards there was some guiding influence there.
It's just so hard.
When they did the exact same thing, they set up barricades. They kept out the election monitors. They
well, that was the Republican candidate, and he got in Georgia. He got brought up on charges.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't matter what side of the fence you're on, or if you're on no side of the fence at all.
Yeah, the only charges
it should upset you that your vote doesn't count when they can cheat. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, disaffected, libertarian, communist, whatever. It should upset you that your vote was not counted properly.
It does upset people, but it's just not possible to cheat on a vote in America.
Well, it certainly is. It certainly is.
No, it's not.
They sent out. Well, and here's the one that really blew my mind. I never heard of such a thing in my whole life.
Number, and you have a death number. In that's
right, but that's the thing, is that all these in my state, all these dead people were not removed from the voter rolls.
No, they proved that it was people with same names.
No. These are people that
they were mistaking people with same names. They were trying to
they're dead.
Cast off the voter roll that just had the same name as their father.
No. Actually, deceased people that died 20 years ago voted.
I mean, if you can show me that, I'd believe it, but I don't believe it because I've never seen it. That's what I'm saying. I've never seen it.
Yeah. It's
if it is happened, I think there was one case in New York that a guy mistaked his father's for his, and they proved that.
This is not that. This is something entirely different.
To affect the count, you have to get so many of these things that it would be implausible.
Well. That's the thing too. I mean, I saw a video where they were taking entire boxes of ballots from after the polls actually closed.
That could have been
the poll workers pulled out boxes and boxes and boxes and ran through machines like 10 times.
Oh, I remember that being investigated and nothing came of it. It was just. It could have been anything. It could have been.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, come on. We're back to the government investigating itself and found nothing was done wrong, right?
And then people start going with, oh, well, the investigators are corrupt too. It's the infinite.
Well, no, I mean, but seriously, I mean, how often does that happen, right? The cops do something wrong, and the cops investigate the cops, and the cops find the cops did nothing wrong, right? I mean, that happens all the time.
Not even the same. It's not even the same thing.
But it is the same thing.
It's not the same thing. It's two different.
It's very. It maybe not exactly, but it's very damn close.
You're off.
I mean, like
you can't argue off the field. Political sciences are sciences. You're arguing off the field.
It's not well. For one, it's not a science.
Yes, it is. Political science.
No. You're going down the social sciences field, which social sciences are not sciences. They have.
No, it's political science.
They have trends. They have this and that and the other, but they're not hard science. It's not like physics.
Yeah, it's a philosophy.
Or mechanics. It's not like that. It's not like you can calculate it to decimal points. It doesn't work like that.
Political science or political philosophy. It's a philosophy course, basically.
Yeah, it's more squishy. It's not a hard science like gravity or electronics or mechanics or plumbing or something like that. It's far more malleable.
It works on the same Kuhn, and you have to have observational information and truths.
Well, that's another thing. In 2013, they made it legal for the news to lie to us.
Yeah, well, that was George Bush.
No, that was under 2013, bro.
No, George Bush was the Abrams, the 6th journalist from Florida. Are you talking about?
No.
Yeah, that was George Bush. That's the first thing. That's the first thing he did, George Bush Jr., when he was in office. The first act he made was to the Abrams thing in Florida. The 6 journalists sued the journalists sued the 6 intercom companies for lying.
I don't know about that.
And then it went to the Supreme Court, and then it went through. That was his first act he signed, George Bush Jr. And he said,
well, I mean,
news agencies.
If you want to go, I mean, it's been a shit show. It's been a shit show since the Patriot Act.
That was later on. The Patriot Act was much after the Abrams account.
Not much. I mean, if you're talking George,
what is the Patriot Act?
If you're talking George Bush Jr.,
the right to lie. The media doesn't have to tell. It can be an opinion media, and opinions are always based on somebody's opinion, not the facts. You have opinion media, and then you used to have logicians like me that would go in and we say, this is a true, this is a true, this is a true, this is a true, this runs to a true. That's what
right. They made it. Well, okay. So first there was a Patriot Act, right? So anybody could be investigated for anything at any time for any reason or no reason at all. Okay. And then further on down the road, during Obama's tenure and his second term, he modified the Smith, what's it called? The Smith Modernization Act, where they said it was okay for the American media to propagandize against the American people.
Well, that's freedom of speech. That's what the
but they made it. They legalized it. They codified it into law.
Yeah,
just like the Duluth model. We know the Duluth model is bullshit, but it's codified into law.
For that party to be arguing that fake news is just because they started it. They started the fake news. They under George Bush Jr.'s. To that point, you had to have truth in media. That's what the 6 o'clock news was about.
Yeah, it was, but then when you start, I mean, when you look into it even further, right? When you start looking into it further, it's like, oh, Gulf of Tonkin didn't happen the way they said. World War II. Why did Pearl Harbor actually attack, or why did Japan actually attack Pearl Harbor? Well, that would be because the United States had blockaded Japan and cut off their oil supply, so they had to invade China to get oil, because they don't have oil in Japan at all. And then you go back even further, and it's like, and they talk about the Lusitania, and it's like, well, yeah, the Lusitania exploded the way it did because it was full of gunpowder and shells shipping to the English, which we said we would not do. So, you know what I mean? You just keep going back and back and back, and they've been lying to us our whole lives and then some.
Yeah, that's what people do. They lie, but there has to be some segment of truth in these things.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad if it was like the white lie, right?
Well, that's opinion media.
It wouldn't be so bad if it was like the white lie, like, you know, your lady goes, hey, does these jeans make my ass look fat? And you're like, no, your ass looks fine. You're like,
no, don't ever do that with her. It's just, oh yeah, it looks.
But you know what I'm saying?
You say,
you know,
no,
that's harmless, right? But what they did was deliberate. It was to provoke a war, which is malicious intent.
Well, yeah, we've done that before with Iran, and that was chemicals.
Oh yeah. When you look into the Middle East and what happened there, and I talked to a guy about this actually. What they did was they would they had the spy satellites going over the whole region, right? And they would feed both sides what the other side was doing, so they were fight. Basically, what it was trying to do was to get them fight among themselves, so we would not have to fight them. That was the entire beginning and the entire thing of the Iran-Iraq war.
Right. Yeah. But the whole war was based on a lie.
Yeah, it's all nonsense. It
was nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was part of my, finding MGTOW was. I got tired of getting lied to. I just wanted to find the truth.
Right.
And it led me to MGTOW, and here I am.
Right. But some of these conspiracy theories are just out there, and they are just that, conspiracy theories manufactured by people that want to be in office.
Well, I didn't vote for the guy we got in the Oval Office right now because he did. This is a historical fact. He did write the Violence Against Women and Children Act, which includes the Duluth model. And so I in good conscience, I could not vote for the guy.
Right. I'm a transcendentalist myself, and there's no transcendentalist candidate. There was one, but they don't garner the vote.
Oh, and in 2016, I didn't vote for any of the top four. Actually, I looked at all four of them. I found them all wanting.
Yeah, it was basically. So
I went down to the bottom of the ballot and voted for some communist I never heard of before.
Yeah. Right. The proper way to do this is a no vote. When you got a choice between a turd and a turd sandwich, you should say no to both of them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I looked at Clinton. I looked at Clinton. I looked at Trump. I looked at Johnson. I looked at Stein. I said they're all.
Well, that's why the voting rolls are so down. There were so many people that said no, I will not vote, and that's
we got the red turd, the blue turd, the green turd, and the gray turd. It's like, yeah, I'm not voting for a turd.
Yeah, it just so happened that when Joe Biden ran against Trump, more people showed up because it wasn't such a no vote. It wasn't such a turd or turd sandwich situation.
Did you watch any of the? I watched about 5 minutes of debate between them two. It was kind of funny.
They're both really unarticulate. They're just.
Well, no, I mean, it wasn't a debate. It was two old men trying to scream over each other.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I didn't even watch it. I read the news the next day, but it was horrible. It was like, this is what this country has become.
Yeah, I tried watching it. It was just like, Christ, it's like for real. It was like two grandpas just yelling at each other.
Yeah, well, there's some,
and even the moderator really wasn't moderating. They just let them yell at each other.
Yeah, he told a couple of them to shut up a few times, but they didn't. No, I just adhere to the kindergarten rules. If you voted for milk and it's juice, just accept it. That's what we learn, and by carrying this on, it's just.
That was the 2020 upset is a carryover of the 2016 upset where they're like, oh, Clinton should have won, but she didn't.
Well,
but then they're saying that Trump lost, and it's looking pretty shaky that he actually won
that year.
But because they screamed and yelled and carried on for the entire 4 years he was in office, so they kind of brought on themselves.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders was the rightful candidate, and
they bought him out.
Yeah, they didn't buy him out. They
bought him out.
Him out of that, and then they put Hillary Clinton in as the candidate.
Yeah, he bowed out after they bought him a new house.
No, he bowed out after they told him he wasn't going to be the candidate.
They bought him a new house. That's how he bowed out.
Oh, I don't believe that.
They bought him another mansion. That's how he bowed out.
I don't believe that.
It's true. I mean, you can look it up.
It was 2 days after the thing. He just bowed
Oh,
out.
and then there's
That's
what
what you're
the
supposed to do. You're supposed to.
Seth Rich, and then
If
the
you-
other guy
If you lose, you just say, okay. there'll be another-
supposedly suicided themselves with 2 bullets to the back of the head. Yeah, how does that work?
It's the peaceful transition of power.
It's supposed to be, but you know,
Well,
it's supposed to be, but it's been. I mean, fury, but mostly peaceful from Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter had nothing to do with the insurrection. That was the alt-right and being crazy and not wanting to accept a peaceful transition of power.
You're
Based
not
on a
getting.
bunch of-
You're not getting it, man.
bunch of conspiracy theories that a bunch of
Do you know who invented that term, sir? Who invented the term conspiracy theory, sir?
conspiracy theories. They're just conspiracies.
Who invented that term?
Who invented that term?
Yes.
It probably goes back to the it probably goes back to the 1800s. I'm not sure who.
Well, more recently, it was used by the CIA when people looked into the Kennedy assassination, and they called everybody that doubted the official story conspiracy theorists.
That's a conspiracy theory. Yeah. I mean, if you think
so being called in my book, being called a conspiracy theorist is a badge of honor because I'm not buying your bullshit.
If you want to believe that, I mean, it's about belief, and it's.
Well, yeah, and here's one of my favorites.
People believe a lot of things. They believe in God. They believe in religion. They believe in.
Yes, the most dangerous superstition is belief in government. Because it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's governing your behavior by some external force.
Buy into civil religion. The government is the religion, and they get very angry when their candidate doesn't win.
Yes. I came up with this, I don't know how many years ago, when Molyneux was still on YouTube. And it was like, I could not understand. I could not understand socialists. I could not understand communists. I could not understand socialists. And then it's like, oh, they've just replaced a separation of church and state. Instead of church and state being separate, they combined them and they made the church of the state. And it's like, oh, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. Now I understand. Now I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, we float in America. We float in between capitalism and socialism. There's a bar in between that floats as the people's needs.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, we've gone
like
too
everybody.
far.
The capitalists would like to make it 100% capitalism, but in America we have the right to vote, and the bar floats between socialism and capitalism.
Well, we've never had pure capitalism has never existed.
Science book.
Pure capitalism only exists in the criminal element.
Yeah, we don't have pure capitalism. We don't have pure socialism, and socialism generally isn't as bad if it floats on the bar as needed and as necessary. That's the way our system works. Things float as necessary. There will be a certain amount of socialism, and that's just a fact.
Well, I mean, a lot of it just it's. What do I want to say here? It's just the banks and the really large corporations.
We live in a democracy
where
people vote for that.
Enriching themselves. The whole left-right
Right, there will be poor people.
you've said this yourself. The whole left-right false Hegelian dialect is bullshit. It's just an illusion to make us feel better. Like you said about the milk or juice thing. It doesn't really matter whether you get the milk or the juice. It really doesn't. You're still paying tax on it to the banker.
You look at the candidates and you decide what needs you have as an individual, and then you vote for that candidate. And we trust the outcome of that, just like in kindergarten.
Oh.
We can say the teacher's corrupt and file charges, but that would be a conspiracy theory.
This is one about I don't know. When it was all about the boomers and the millennials.
Civics.
when everybody was talking bad about the boomers and talking bad about the millennials, and it's like, and here I am sitting here as a Gen X going, I'm like, there's an entire generation between those two generations, and you're not talking about us at all.
What generation? Like
when it was all they were shit talking the boomers and they were shit talking the millennials, and it's like there's an entire generation in between those two generations, and you're not even saying anything about Gen X.
Yeah, there's the millennials, and there's two. There's Gen Jones, and
so it was like I could have just about screamed and pulled my hair out. It's like, come on, we're right here. We're trying to help, and yet you're just again. It's like two old men screaming at each other over the dinner table.
Yeah,
like we're right here. We're right here.
Boomer age.
Could you possibly shut up for a minute and let us talk?
There's a lot of hate towards the boomers that are unjustified.
Well, no, it's not their fault.
It's not their fault. No, they lived in the society in the time that they lived.
Yeah, I mean it's even to a large extent, I give everybody a lot of slack because it's like we're all lied to. We're all sold a bill of goods.
Well, we're all served a lie. Whether you believe that lie or not is up to you. That's
right.
That's being liberal.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's every day.
You have the right to choose what.
It's like every time you turn on the TV set, every time you turn on the radio, it's every day.
But it's up to you. When you read the paper, it's up to you to decide whether that's the truth or not. And you have to do it with the truth table. You have to do it with philosophy.
I mean, when I look at it from a
if you
skeptical against feminism thing, it's like you can go all the way back to the honeymooners. And it's like, oh yeah, the best bet you got is to be a trash man in New York City and come home to a redhead that screams at you.
The honeymooners, that was a funny show.
Right? But that's like what, 70 years ago? 80 years ago now?
Yeah, that's what they.
It's been going on that long.
It was.
What's the fancy newfangled term for it? Predictive programming.
That was that was the satire and comedy of its time. The Honeymooners was a comedy show.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean it's been going on like
for not putting this toilet seat up too.
Yeah, I got in trouble for not putting the toilet seat up. Remember that? I showed that the girl actually put a tag on my toilet. Please leave the toilet seat. I said, please leave the toilet seat up because bacteria collects under from that, and you have to clean it. Don't put it down.
I came up with a solution for that, actually. Especially if you have a dog or a cat. Just everybody has to put the seat down. There, then she doesn't fall in and you don't piss all over the place. So you pick up the lid when you got to do your business, and you put the lid down when you're done. And then it sucks for everyone equally. That's my theory.
You can go to the toilet companies and they would suggest that the lid stay up because the bacteria from urine stays underneath because women pee forward and they pee on it. And then if you don't lift that thing up and
I did not know. Now that explains, when you go to a public toilet.
So the proper
and instead of the round ring, it's got the gap in the front. See, now you explained why.
the only reason to keep it down is because she's so stupid she's going to fall in it. And that's
and to keep your dog from drinking out of toilet water.
Now I've seen them do it too, and it's just why were you so stupid that you sat on a seat that you're going to fall into? That's really
yeah. They'll go in there at 3:00 in the morning, not turn on a light, and put their ass in the toilet water, and then blame you for doing it.
And blame you for putting it in
for what they did.
The proper position is up, so it kills the air, kills the bacteria.
But you see what I'm getting at, though, right? You left the seat up, and she put her butt in the toilet water, and somehow it's your fault.
Yeah, now that's a lot of
even though she didn't turn on the light or look or anything.
Yeah, is you're supposed to take blame for her stupidity. As a male, you should just
yeah. You're still, even though she did it completely of her own volition, somehow it's still your fault.
Yeah, she has no agency at all in that. She's not complicit at all for sitting on a toilet that had the seat up. That's what you're saying,
right?
Yeah, the toilet seat goes up every time, as far as I'm concerned. It's in any other argument is ludicrous.
I'm probably going to drop out because my battery's at like 2%.
Yeah. Based on facts of bacteria, it's ludicrous. But that's what they'll push in society to keep it down, and then you catch some nasty virus from it, and it's like, no, that's ludicrous. Yeah, I was thinking about cutting this thing off. How you feel about that, Joey?
Yeah, I mean, it's your podcast.
Yeah.
I didn't listen to the first couple hours, so I get something good to listen to at least, tomorrow. But yeah, no, it's good hearing from you again.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make it regular from now on out, and we'll bring different people in, and
yeah.
Big Time
Julia
Cowboy.
She's gonna do a guest appearance, or Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yeah. I know you do. You work out. Your gym day is Friday after work, so that kind of makes it hard.
Oh no, actually, I'm only working 3 days a week now. So.
Oh, you're working 3 days? Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing 3 days a week. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So yeah, I'm off Fridays. And
Fridays
got
cool.
a pretty nice schedule. Yeah.
Friday and Sunday was always.
Yeah, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, they're all good.
But I'm an old man, so I don't wake up before noon anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. So. No, I saw your post there about. It doesn't seem like it's getting like men are not as they're just naive. Like I said, they're just very naive and they don't listen and
they trust and they don't believe in the science of what happens to them. And what happens to them is paracesis, and then you're ingesting bacterias, and it's getting through the blood-brain barrier. It gets caught up on your neurons, and it turns on certain sections of your brain, and you have no control. You're like a drunk. And men need to know that fact. And so far, YouTube, they took me down twice for saying that. They'll probably take this one down too. But
are you going to say that in the first couple hours?
Yeah, they said one of the guys said it was a a bug infestation. No, it's not a bug infestation. It's paracesis. It's not parasitic. He said they're not using their words properly when they say that. What you should say is paracesis. It's a bacterial infection that goes through your brain, your blood-brain barrier, and turns on certain sections of your brain that produces chemicals that are 10 times more powerful than morphine.
Yeah.
And men get addictions to that. Every time they're with a woman, they get that happy oxytocin feeling, and they get addicted to that happy. It's a beautiful place to live. I personally don't like being on heroin all day.
Yeah. Well, you see them walking in. Like I went to Cafe Rio today. I don't know. You ever hear of it? It's really good.
Yeah, Cafe Rio. Oh, I gotta stand up.
Yeah, they're better than Chipotle. But anyways, you see all these couples walking in holding hands. It's just,
they're addicted to that.
It's an addiction. That's part of the addiction, right? That's
part of the addiction. They're walking around. They're on those happy feeling drugs, and that's all I'm saying as a MGTOW. And it's it's very addictive, and men start doing things like Will Smith did, punching other men. Protection, provider, protector. You'll give everything. That altruistic feeling. Men are very altruistic. They want to give everything, but women take advantage of that, and it's designed that way. It's sexual crypsis. It's designed that way so she gets the benefits of the whole community. That's what happens. That's. Oh man, I've been sitting so long. I got a muscle pulling.
Oh really? Yeah. Water. You need some water, I guess. Huh? Dehydrating.
I don't know if I got enough salt in my body, and so my muscle's been pulling.
I pulled a calf last week out of nowhere, like I was sleeping. That's the worst thing when you're sleeping.
Yeah, that's a horrible feeling, isn't it? It's when you pull
one of the worst. I feel like you're gonna die or something.
You're low on potassium.
Yeah, it's something. But yeah, I mean, yeah, they don't listen. You know, that's the thing. It's like hopefully we can reach some of those guys in their younger days, because if you listen, and
right,
you don't have to go through the shit we kind of went through. I mean, I didn't go through as much shit as you did, but you know, I think I would have made a lot of different. I would have made a lot of different life choices.
Known if there was a Joe that would have told me this when I was younger. Yeah, I would have known, and I would have known what I was going through. When you're poisoned, like I say, when you're poisoned, you don't know you're poisoned.
Yeah, and then you know these guys obviously they're in these trap marriages, and
they don't know they're being affected in that capacity. They don't know.
Yeah.
So someone has to tell them. It's like the sociopathic people. It's not that they're inherently bad. They just don't know the difference. They can be taught out of it. Psychopaths can't be taught out of it. It's a neurological psychopathy is a neurological problem. Sociopathic people, all you have to do is tell them that's wrong over and over again, and then sooner or later they'll learn the difference. Men are like that. They're sort of sociopathic when it comes to that. They don't want to hear it. They balk, and they bias their information because they want what they want. They want to be on that happy, good feeling drug.
Yep. They get supported by the group loyalty stuff, and
the group loyalty and the biases that come along with that, and they group together and as happy married couples, and they start telling the lies to each other.
Yeah.
And it becomes a big group bias.
Yeah,
Not like a lot of things in this universe, it all works the same.
Yeah.
I mean, the conservative bias, we just looked at that. The conservative bias is the same way. When you're forced to look at a different opinion about a different candidate or a different person, and some facts come out, you just bias and bulk back to your original thoughts on that. That's a conservative bias, and I see a lot of that, and it's they just it's very anti-liberal, and then they make liberal a bad word. Liberal simply means that you take in consideration all the information and you make a good decision.
Well, they're fake liberal. That's what they're fake liberals. The ones we
you got fake liberals that don't.
Yeah, they think liberals. Yeah, they're not really.
They'll do a conservative. That's what drives me nuts. The fake liberals that do a conservative bias.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh man, that's a special brand. When they're given information, they just don't. They just won't change, but the information's got to be true. I mean, that's up to you. You do this all the time. You read the paper. You tell me you read the paper, and I looked at that, and something didn't look right. Something didn't smell right.
Yeah. And
you researched it and found out that it was a lie. So you throw that article out. Don't get stuck on it. You're going to read 10 articles a day that have lies in them. But it's up to you as a human to recognize the lie, to recognize the rhetorics.
Ooh. Well, I mean, you said something about the Deshaun Watson thing. Did you post something about that? You did on ESPN.
Yeah. Look at
Deshaun
a lot of
Watson.
people are ready to throw it. There's not a single shred of evidence against him.
Yeah. There's no evidence against him. They were just like, right. It was just a bunch of women trying to get some money out of him, pretty much.
Yeah, bring me a shred of evidence. I go through this being in Cleveland here, a little ways out of Cleveland. You know, the Browns are my team, and I just don't see the evidence.
Yeah.
And 2 grand juries said they wouldn't indict. That's pretty big evidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
But people want
Hopefully he'll learn his lesson.
But people have that, okay, just believe the girls no matter what they say.
Yeah. He's going to get shamed into getting married. You know that.
Right. He'll be shamed into holding the company line eventually. And, and then they'll go, oh, look, he's not such a bad guy after it all goes away. And, and if he toes the company line, but that's like bribery or what? Not bribery. He can't be in the NFL if he doesn't toe that conservative line.
Yeah.
That's wrong. I mean, the dude just wants to be a young guy, you know.
Sure.
Oh, damn.
I was there once. Yeah, I was. You know, I'm settling down now, which is good.
Yeah.
There's no value in that. Chasing that thing, there's no value. That's the thing people don't understand. You get older, and it's like, because I'm almost going to be 50, in, you know, a few years, and like, it's like, damn, man, it's like you don't have a lot of room for error. You know, it's like I know a guy. He's about 50, and he's like, oh, he's still holding on to that dream of maybe getting married and having children, but he had like a restaurant in central New York, and he had a really good restaurant for about 10 years, and a chick ruined it for him. He put everything in her name for some stupid reason, and she took him to the cleaners, and it's like she did her virtue signaling stuff. She like helped him out when his mother was sick or something, which is a big freaking deal. Whoopie-doo. It's not as, I mean, yeah, I mean, she like set him up. In other words, she pretty much set him up, and he didn't learn from that. It's like, are you seriously kidding me?
Right, that's what I call an off the field argument. She's making an argument that one thing has nothing to do with the other thing, but people put them together and they associate them as the same. It's like, you know, her argument wasn't valid to begin with.
He took her to the cleaners. He lost the restaurant. He probably lost a couple $100,000 or so. A lot of money, a lot of work. I mean, think about it, you're running a restaurant. Like, that's a lot of work. Like, he ran like a pizza deli thing. He's working like every day. Yeah. 14 hours a day. And she took it all. He put it in her name. He was naive. He put it in her name, and she took it, and then she was gone. And then now, and he's still thinking of like chasing that fantasy. I try to tell him, I said, women are dependents, man. You got to understand that.
Right. So you think you see that all the time. But remember the guy in Florida, the Don Juan? No. He was a Don Juan in Florida. He was doing the same thing to elderly women. He was just swooping in and taking it. He went to jail. Yeah. They put him in jail, but girls do that every day. They come swoop in, take a restaurant, take what they want. They're allowed to do that. And you know, a good looking dude that was doing it. They said no, you're not allowed to do that. Yeah. And what it is, they'll say you gave it to her. And then, but these women in Florida, they're like, oh, they weren't capable of making that decision to give. It's like their children.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing like a domestic dispute. Automatically, the man's going to get arrested.
Yeah, the man's going to be routed on that, and you know, a woman can never have agency. That's what I always complain about. Give the women agency. She made a decision to give that guy the money, the same as your buddy did. Yeah, and we try to explain to these guys, you don't get your new girlfriend a telephone and get a 2-year contract. That would be idiotic. You don't buy her a car and put it and co-sign for it.
but that's the thing. There's so many younger guys that don't listen, and it's almost like they have to go through it to appreciate it and not fall in that trap. But you don't have to. If you listen to us now, you can avoid all that nonsense.
You can avoid that. Yeah, don't show your girlfriend card numbers. Don't give her the security code.
Right. My buddy, his girlfriend was asking him, the crazy psycho one, was asking him, can I see your bank accounts?
Can I see your bank accounts? No.
Dude, right there, you should break up with her right there. Like,
Yeah,
that's
right
it.
there.
No,
I should have been. That's what I always say. My ex-wife gave me the best the best lesson in my life. She said it's none of my business, and after that, nothing I do is anybody else's business.
yeah.
It's not their business.
You want to see
Where's
bank
my bank account
accounts?
moving? None of your business. Who am I seeing? None of your business. What am I doing? None of your business. I'm in MGTOW.
These guys, you're right. They get addicted to that fucking chemical, and they'll just make them stupid. It makes them fucking stupid. Excuse my language. It makes them stupid.
Yeah, their IQs actually drop. That's what Joe Buddy was arguing with me about. I said your IQ actually drops about 30 points.
Yeah, that's right.
He told me I was wrong, and then Charles came out and said I got an IQ of 160. No, you don't. No, he doesn't.
I mean, I got a 3.7 in one of the best business schools in the country. I'm not bragging, but it's like,
Yeah, I could tell by talking to you.
It's like I'm not super. I'm not a 4.0, but 3.7 is pretty good.
Yeah.
You're right. It does make a difference because I remember when I was like carousing around, I was younger. Like you're thinking about the wrong things. Now as I've gotten older, I don't really need to do that thing anymore. I don't need to go out and have sex all the time. I don't really care. It's like I'm more. You know what I'm interested in? I'm interested in having a good retirement.
Yeah.
So I'm interested
in. I graduated from high school with a 4.0 average, and I fell for it myself. It's that ingrained in our society but we can learn. We can change how we feel. We can change how we look at these things. And I was wrong. And that's what it takes for a lot of these guys to just say, okay, maybe my thinking's a little different about. I should be thinking about this thing a little differently. But guys won't give up. I mean,
no,
they want it so bad that they'll bias their whole life, thinking that one thing that's supposed to help them is they got that, and I can't make it without her. And I think it's a lot of laziness too. Some of these guys, I mean, I see guys 60 years old that never made their bed.
That's crazy.
They went from a mom to a wife, and they can't cook. They have no idea how to cook a dinner.
Yeah.
You see a lot of MGTOWs come in the MGTOW program, and all of a sudden they're excited about cooking, and you see a lot of it. And you know why? Because you're finally away from mama. Grow up, cook your own dinners, make your own bed, clean your own floors. Men do that every day.
Yeah. They're throwing their life away. They don't value their freedom. They don't value their lives. Really, I hate to say it that way.
No, they don't. And I was trying to impart that first chapter of Walden. It's like he says it very good. We're all social creatures. We need it to an extent, but most people use that as an excuse not to work on themselves. They use others, and then they never figure out who they are.
I told you. I mean, remember I was in the hospital last year, 2 years ago, whatever. Like I didn't really care if I lived or died. I was like, yeah, I've done everything I kind of wanted to do.
Yeah,
I reached a lot of my goals in my early 30s. Yeah, now I didn't really care. I was at peace, and I was like, oh, if I gotta die, I gotta die. I don't really give a shit.
I die now. At least I know who I am.
Yeah, I'm at peace. Yeah, I'm at peace.
I'm at peace with that. I'm not going to be arguing about who I am in life. And you said I see a lot of people dying. I spent a lot of time at those centers, and they just watching them just scream out because they had no clue who they were. They never. That's so important, in life.
Yeah.
They never figured out their purpose. They never figured out what they were in life.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's smallish. We're all smallish when you look at the universe, and what our purpose was is going to be very smallish. But at least
Yeah. It's like I got to check in with my wife before I die.
Yeah. I'll check in with my wife and see what my purpose was. Oh, she knows.
Can I die yet? Let me check your insurance policy first. Let me see if it's all lined up.
Your purpose was to die early and then give her a big insurance policy. That's what she thinks.
That's the one thing that married men need to do right away. If you have an insurance policy, fucking void it or whatever.
Oh, that's well,
get out of that thing right away. Because that's the first thing they'll do, right? Women, when they get married, they pretty much want the insurance policy locked up. Right?
You got to think about us after you're gone. Well, I don't plan on being gone until after 70.
Yeah, and these guys, these married guys that have children, oh, I got to pay for my kids' education or fuck, F that. When they're 18, you're on your own. You figure out, like, yeah, you need a place to stay and maybe food to eat. Okay, you can live home maybe for nothing or whatever, but I'm not paying for your college. I'm not, like, if I had children, I wouldn't. Screw that. Pay your own shit, because you start handing them stuff and now you're dependent. You know what I mean? You got them as dependents until they're 30 or 35 or whatever. Like, screw that. What kind of life is that for you?
Most likely, after your divorce, you're going to be giving your ex-wife your kid's college fund.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
I told you my cousin, he had to pay like until the kids are like, he's got to pay her alimony until she's 60. That's not like he's got to pay her alimony until he's 60. I don't know why he agreed to that. He didn't talk to me. I hadn't been in touch with him. He's got a good job too, and he what the hell's he doing? He's got to pay till she's 60.
The kids wonder why you don't have their college fund. Well, go ask your mom. I had to give it to her.
And she's got two parents that are both single. Her parents were both their only child, and they're educated. So what does that tell you? She's already got a ton of money, but she just wants to squeeze him for more.
So I always bring up the Sandy Hook guy. What was his name?
Adam Lanza.
Adam Lanza. Adam Lanza was he was 6'2", 119 pounds at the time of his death. His mother was getting $320,000 a year for child support. Adam Lanza had mental issues and was emaciated from not eating.
Yeah. Malnourished, brain was all screwed.
Oh, he was a horrible kid. No, he was a mentally disturbed, starving kid that couldn't no longer function because his baby mama spent all the money on garbage.
On new shoes instead of giving him a nice steak or something.
Yeah, instead of feeding him and sending him to a doctor. And that's why Sandy Hook happened.
Yeah. They're crazy. These rich people. I'm reading a book, The Rich and Super Rich.
Yeah.
And one of the opening statements is like how the rich people are so much different than everybody. Like, people have no clue. I'm talking about super rich people, like, that never worked in their lives and they're born into it.
That's I find that some feminism is okay. That standpoint epistemology. You have to have some experience in life about know about you can't know about poor people unless you've been a poor person. Unless you worked at a McDonald's. How can you know about workers unless you worked at a McDonald's or in a shop? Most of these rich people, they have no standpoint epistemology. All they know is money comes out of the bank account, and it just ever flows.
Yeah,
takes care of all.
And they're making money on interest. I mean, they make more money on interest than a working person. They make more money on interest in probably a few months than people make in their whole lives.
Right. Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of money we're talking about. These super rich people.
I made more this month on Wall Street in my interest than most people are going to make in their month.
Yeah. Baseball players and athletes too. They're making more in one game than people make in their life. Like, that's insane. I wouldn't even watch sports for that reason alone. Like,
yeah, look at that contract Deshaun just got.
Yeah, 200 something. It's crazy, man.
$30 million, and boy.
Yeah. Well, that's why you should always. It's okay to criticize them because they're making all that money. They should be able to take it. They can, you know what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah. What was it? Brett Favre just got, not Brett Favre, Rodgers.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers, yeah.
$250 million. He's probably not even going to play that long.
I mean, it's just crazy. And then we're out struggling and busting. That's why it's like I'm in a good spot because I have a low.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot have and I don't spend a lot of money. So it's like I can.
Yeah.
Joe, I'm working 3 days a week. I'm working 3 days a week. Yeah, I don't make as much money as I used to. I probably make like maybe 30-40% what I used to make. But I have 4-day weekend every.
Yeah,
like, you know what I'm saying? I'm working 3 days. Yeah, and it's just the time is more valuable than the money. I understand that. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, that's every guy that right back there. They're paying $14 and on their weekends they get 1 day off Sunday to go to a Cleveland Browns game, which they got to pay $14 for a beer and $8 for a little slice of pizza.
Right. I love my schedule. 3 days. And I told the guy, listen, I'm working Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Don't bother me on Friday to Monday.
Yeah.
Don't even bother me. That's not what we agreed on.
Once you're grab that specialized bike of yours and head down towards the park.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what I do. I go to the park and I have less stress and
Right
it's a
now.
great schedule because by the time like I get sick of the job, it's Thursday and then I'm off.
Yeah.
So it covers my bills. See, being a MGTOW allows me to do that. If I don't have any dependent.
Being single is great.
Yeah.
Sometimes you minimalize everything, and then you realize exactly how much you need to survive. And have a pretty life.
Because when I was making six-figure job, and this is 15 years ago, I was making six-figure job. Like I would spend money on stupid shit. Like when I was, because you got all that money, you don't know what to do with it. Sometimes, like I was just, and now it's like I watch every single penny. Like I go for the, $3.99 breakfast, whatever, right? I like, you know what I'm saying? I know the spots to go. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm like smart with my money. I don't have to consume all the time. I wear the same clothes I wore for the last, 20 years. They're clean, whatever.
They're clean and they look nice and they're fine.
Yeah. And I don't date. Shit, I haven't been on a really formal date in like 15 years. 15 years. Like 15 years was the last time I went on like a formal date. Like, hi, my name is this and your name. Oh, okay, let's go grab a dinner and a movie. That's 15 freaking years.
Formal dates are just irritating. It's just
they're annoying because everyone's like faking it.
Yeah, it's like, man, this is so fake, and it's just like, that's what we opt out of those things, and whatever we do is our business. That's what I always say. Whatever we do is our business. Don't ask me what I do.
And like you say, it's like, how liberating is that when, listen, I don't date anymore, so I don't give a crap, but like these guys are going out pampering to women. It's like, I tell these guys, listen, you let them come to you. So a man is a prize, not the female. Female's not the prize. Now, I'm not gay or anything, but I'm just saying, like that, like you're the shit. A man is the shit. Not a woman. A woman doesn't bring any value. They're dependents.
Right. You
walk into, like you said, you walk into a place or a bar or a restaurant or a casino, whatever. Like you walk around, like you don't chase women. That's like don't be a cackling hyena.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's the greatest. One of the greatest little things. He said, "What are you going to do?" And I'll do what I can do, and whatever I can do.
Yeah.
And that's my on life, and it's none of your business. I'll do what I can do. And I tell my friends not to ask me about anything I do. That's not their business.
Right. It's none of your business what I do with my private parts. Yeah. I mean, that's
my private parts are my private parts. I tell everybody when they ask, "What are you?" Well, I'm asexual. That's none of your business.
Yeah. And the media likes to mock that, and that's why you turn off I listen to you guys, and I don't like listen. I don't follow any media stuff, but they're always like mocking people that are that have a monk status or whatever. You know what I mean? They're always trying to.
Oh yeah, they want you to talk about
it.
Yeah. They think that's okay. They're sexually harassing us.
Right.
They don't.
I used to get that all the time, and even through high school and college, and and then I gave in a little bit in college, but it didn't benefit me.
Yeah, I've been at work, and what are you going to do tonight, Joe? You going to hit it?
Yeah.
What I'm doing.
And that's a dangerous thing, because I know, like, even in college, like I was a Dean's List student all the time, and the thing is, like I got in a couple of entanglements with some of these chicks out, and when I was going to school, and it's not a good thing because people talk and they gossip. You're better off just focus on your studies. If you need to get a little action, like you said, 200 miles in fake ID or whatever, get a massage, but just don't get into any of these entanglements, especially at school or work, that's crazy.
Yeah, my ex-wife was totally right about that. It's none of my business. And what I do is none of her business. And what's in my wallet is none of her business. What's in my wallet is none of nobody's business. What I do here all day is none of nobody's business.
Yeah, that's always ended up bad. Like when I got in an entanglement with a chick, like at college, I remember this one broad, like I hooked up with or whatever, and next thing we went our own way. Next thing you know, it's like they're gossiping and they're like, it's hard to focus on life when you have that type of nonsense. So you're better off just don't get into any of those entanglements. I mean, they're just not positive.
I tell every guy in MGTOW, anybody ask you about your sexuality, you say I'm asexual. Don't talk about that.
Yeah, you don't even have to say that. You just say I don't discuss that.
I don't discuss
Just
those
move
things.
on.
I'm a grown man. It's none of nobody's
Right.
business.
Well, that's a good thing about getting when you
That's
get
the young
older.
guys.
Like
They come around and they're still
Yeah.
simping. They want to be a MGTOW. They want to get better, but they're still simping for that. They can't stop talking about it.
Yeah, and you got to stay. You got to get away from those cackling hyena friends.
Yeah,
Like you
cackling
can't. You just
hyena.
cut them off. You take their number. You block their number. Those are tough decisions. Those are the tough decisions in life.
Them are tough decisions to make once you become.
Yeah, you got to cut off
start,
people. Like if
you
like
start cutting those lines that irritate you, and that might be.
You got to cut them off. Right, you cut them off right away, and because they're not gonna help you. You know, because like I was telling you, Joe, like I said, my focus is I want a good retirement. I want to relax, and that's what every man should strive for. And try to retire as soon as you can, and you can do it.
You can do it. I mean, some of us, I can't do it. Too late. It was too late for me. I mean,
Yeah.
You know, I still wish I had that opportunity. You know, I was a slave, and
Yeah.
boy, it would have been nice to have this frame of mind now. When I was like 40, 45, I know what to do then.
Yeah. You got screwed. I mean, you know, because all it took was one guy to kind of speak up. That's why I like doing these podcasts, because you know there's that one person out there that is going to listen, and they're going to prosper. They're going to freaking retire at 44. They're going to retire. Never mind having a good life, but they're going to possibly retire around 40, 45.
Yeah, that would be great to retire at 50. That was always my plan in life when I was younger. I'm going to retire at 50. I had the money to do it. I had I had everything lined up. The only thing.
Well, it's the future value of money. The money, like for younger people, their money's worth much more than someone in their, like a guy in their 20s, their $10 is worth, for a guy in their 80s, that same $10 is only worth it's not worth as much when you're older, right? When you're the future value of money goes way up the younger you are, right?
That got stolen.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
It got stolen from me in a nasty divorce, and through nasty 401ks that never paid off, or people, it's sometimes
my buddy had two marriages for 17 years each, and then he's dating this psycho.
Oh,
and he worked 30 years in medical sales, made probably $150 almost every year, and he's not broke, but he's not comfortably retired.
He should be financially comfortable.
Yeah, if he didn't get married, he would have retired when he was 50. He was chasing that split V.
Yeah, but that's what even at the end, they take our Social Security, they split it in half and give it to her.
Yeah, he had to give away I think half of his 401k or something like that. Yeah. But hopefully these young guys will listen and appreciate the experience. I mean, shit, if I had this podcast, damn, because I would have listened. I would have believed it.
Yeah.
Instead, you got cackling hyenas that are.
You got these guys that come around, and why they come around is beyond me. That to try to say we're wrong. We're not wrong about nothing.
No, we're not wrong.
We just offend them because they're still on that boat, that slave ship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, be man up, the whole man up thing, and you have to be stronger to provide for your family.
Yeah.
Well, it's like these lawyers that I'm dealing with lately. They're the biggest scumbags.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit, man. They are so freaking bad. But now it's like it makes me realize why they act the way they do is because they're simps and they're simping for their family. So they don't mind screwing me over.
No, they don't.
They don't mind screwing me.
Justify that with what they're going to do that's corruption. They'll justify their ethics for what they're going to do for their family.
Right.
And when they get caught, they'll say that I did this for my family.
Right. I killed this guy for my family. They're that's crazy. You're talking like a madman.
They're madmen. It's absurd. And that's our legal community.
That's corporate America too. These are the guys in corporate America management typically. Because all the smart people are really not in management. Like people think smart. It's the lazy people that I want to provide for my family. They're the ones that are in management, and they'll do anything. They'll screw you over. They don't care. I've had it happen too many times.
People that can't work and don't want to work. They figured out early in life that, man, if I have to work for a living, I'm just going to shoot myself. So I'm going to, try to get in middle management or management.
Right. They want to get because they know that middle management, they're going to have more support from the HR.
Yeah.
They're going to have some degree of power, and
So they were just what would the word? Their presupposition in life was to not have to work and figure that.
Right. Let other people do the work. Right. Exactly.
That was the
right.
problem they needed to solve.
Right. That's what they. No, you're right. That's exactly right.
Unfortunately, American caters that attitude. Instead of you get lifted up from the bottom and end up in one of those positions where you know how to do every position below you. They just hire these people in, which, oh, great. I don't have to work now. I don't have to be that guy that was, he busted his back. He's so stupid,
Yeah. Well, we can do a whole show on that about how to, if you're going to be, if you're working for somebody else, how to, you hate to, and the thing is, I used to never cut corners, and now it's like, well, that's a bad move. You have to, if you're working for somebody else, you kind of just, cover your bases, but you absolutely have to cut corners, because if you don't, they'll wear you out.
Yeah. You know how I think about that. They don't care about you. You just do as little as possible and lie on your application.
Right. You know what I did on my resume now, Joe? I cut out all gaps.
Okay,
this is a very important concept. Don't have any gaps on your resume. None. None. And if they ask you, you just say I did independent consulting work. Just make whatever.
Working for a nonprofit, and I was doing
right. I did volunteer. I volunteered for a nonprofit. I did volunteer work.
We raised a ton
because I did that, and I got my calls on my resume went skyrocketed.
Yeah,
because I got rid of all the gaps.
Because at the end they're going to hire. We talked about this a million times before. They're going to hire one of their cousins or something, and he's not qualified, but they're going to demand the same qualifications from you.
Right.
Or what's the big example of that? If I come in having a master's degree, if I come in, are you going to pay me at that rate? No, they're not going to pay me at that rate.
Yeah.
And they'll ask for one side of it, but they don't want to pay me at that after I finished that, what was the electromechanical technician course. And it said in that a dozen times that I was supposed to be making 120K. And then when I went into the jobs, they're only paying 68. I'm like, you're cheating from me. I'm just as educated and you're cheating now. And I'm supposed to put you, but on an application, you'll say someone lied on an application,
right?
And while you're lying, you're cheating on the other end. That's hypocritical.
Yeah, that's why you have to. Well, it goes. My theory is tricking the trickster.
Tricking the trickster, yeah.
Right. You have to beat them at their own game.
You beat them at their own
game. Like
you
said, you hate to lie on a resume, but if you have the skill set to do the job, then you know what I mean.
I would tell every young kid, lie on the resume. It doesn't matter. What's the worst thing that happened? You go into the job, you get paid a few weeks. They found out you lied and fire you, and you made a few weeks pay. And then you move on to the next guy and lie to him.
Yeah. But I wouldn't lie about where you actually worked, but you can do white lies or your education. I would lie maybe about I don't know if it's certification. Well, they can check certifications, but you want to have a situation where you're covering your employment gaps first of all, and then and then you could also fabricate your results. I've never actually done that because I've always had good results, but you can always fabricate your productivity.
Right. Yeah. I can't say that I'm an accountant and just go in and say I can do this work and I'm an accountant.
Right.
And a month later they find out I can't do the work because I'm not an accountant.
That's different.
That's not an honest. That's not a lie like I would do.
Yeah.
And I just tell them I can. You need to be able to do the job you're signing on for, but they need to pay you at the level that you're qualified for too.
Yeah.
And they won't. That's why you need to just kind of go along with it. They're gonna do an equal sin to your sin.
And you really got to network too. You have to
networking.
Start with your family and friends first.
Right.
And then that's going to save you a lot of time. Just call people and tell people, you're looking whatever, wherever you are, where you see somebody at the grocery market and cashier or whatever. I do this. I'm looking for a job. You know anyone? Or you got to go further with that than you are with anything else. Applying online, it doesn't really work that well.
The job at a place where I had no idea what they did. So I went and I researched the company. And then I found out, and then when we're walking through, he says, "You know what these are?" And I said, "Yeah, that's an exothermic oven, and this is an endothermic oven." And because I had researched them, and I said, "This does this, this does this. Here's the parts in between. Yeah, I can fix that."
Yeah.
And it wasn't that I actually had any experience in that. That's I just researched the company, and
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is tricking the trickster. I like that, because like we always say, you're living in a predatory world. I mean, people don't like to hear that, but that's so true. It's like everyone's just trying to get, like you always say, people are just trying to get your money. They're just trying to figure out how to get it. Like it's like
they think everything you own's theirs. They just got to figure out how to get it.
Right, they got to figure out how to get it. So you have to be smart in them. You have to beat them at their own game and trick them. Like I took out some student loans, and like, you know what? If I have a good job, yeah, I'll probably pay them. But you know what? If I don't have a good job, it's like, hey, try to get the money. It's like, you guys were stupid enough to lend me the money. Now you got to try to get it. It's like, whether or not I pay them is just dependent on how much savings I have and my income. It's like, if I don't have enough income, I'm not going to sweat. In other words, I'm not going to stress out over paying them motherfuckers back.
Right. And they go back.
Excuse my language. I'm not.
Just live it up.
Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, like, well, I told you to do that. Because the older you are, actually, it's better to do that, because then you're definitely not going to pay them. You just go into the sunset. If you're in your 70s or 80s, and fuck it, just take as many loans as you want, and just because you're just not going to pay them. And then,
the old guy in the house to show how, and then you had the old guy there that was in a class full of all the. Yeah, that could be me.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing is like the main thing is you got to take care of yourself, right? You got to have food to eat, got to have a place to live.
Yeah, you got needs,
clothing, whatever.
Decide what you need there and what.
Yeah, you set aside the creditors and stuff. Forget it. You can file a Chapter 7 if you need to. You can file a 13 if you want to protect assets. There's a lot of options. Chapter 7 is a great option for a lot of people
too. Yeah. What's a comfortable lifestyle for you? What are you willing to accept?
Right. You don't let these unsecured, like, credit cards are unsecured. Like, they can't do anything. You can just file 7 and just take care of your debt. But like, the thing is, like, you have to know these things. You have to trick the trickster. You can't let them like game you and play you, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to intimidate you and manipulate you. Right. It's like this lawyer, Joe. I had this lawyer who was working on a case with me, and then the case went to mediation. She wanted like $3,000. I gave her $3,000, and then she wanted $1,500 for the mediation afterwards. She's like, "Oh, you got to pay me $1,500 for me." I said, "Yeah." She called me, sent me email. I just ignored her, and then she just stopped calling me and emailing me, because she knew she was wrong. There's nothing she could do. I'm not going to be a sucker and give her the extra $1,500. We agreed on $3,000. Right. So screw her. I didn't pay her. Yeah, she can kiss my ass. So the thing is, it's like, you have to be really strong and smart, because people are, like you said, they're eyeing your possessions and they're eyeing you. They want your money. Predatory world. And like, it goes back to the MGTOW. We're talking about MGTOW too. Is like how it applies is like the women are they're predators. I think we've done shows about it, but that's essentially who they are. They're fucking they're predators.
Yeah, they're very militant about what they want, and they will get what they want, and they will get what you give too. But if you're not willing to give that, okay, that's a step. And knowing of it gives you pocket aces.
That's right. You get the pocket aces with a MGTOW, and you know what they're all like, because we know that. Like, I used to tell Rick about that. Like, we always just talk about that. We know more about women than they know about themselves.
Yeah, knowing
as MGTOW, we know. We've done the work. You have, me, I have, RP, right. JK, whatever, SFM, Blackwell. We all did the work. There's only like a few of us, really. I don't know too many of the guys that are in depth
predatory, and there's always going to be someone trying to steal from you, but at least take that one off the table. You're a MGTOW. You're supposed to take that one off the table.
Right. You take lawyers. You don't do business with. I'm learning that the hard way. Joe, I sold this house in July. I haven't got my money yet.
Yeah.
It's almost done, but I gotta bust this guy's ass like every 2 weeks. What's going on? Blah blah blah. Oh, the judge signed yet? What's going on? Dude, it's been like 9 months. I don't have my money because I have 2 other parties involved in the transaction. I'm like, this is freaking ridiculous. Where the fuck's my money? And that's why that's another one you got to deal with. Lawyer, never give a lawyer money unless you're in a situation where maybe you're facing jail time, or something like that. Then maybe you're stuck in that role. But even then, you're better off just going with a public defender. Like lawyers are off the table. Another one. Doctors are another one. Dentists. These type of professionals. They think they have a privilege to take your money because they have a certain degree.
Right. Some of them, you have to really figure those out. Some of them have no idea what they're talking about. You better identify real quickly which one knows what they're talking about and which ones don't, because they're going to hurt you.
Well, and another one are contractors. I know a girl who,
Oh,
a
yeah,
woman. She paid, dude, Joe. She paid $10,000 for a vanity.
Yeah.
I shit you not, Joe. My friend came out to visit me, and he said he would have done it for like $2-3 grand.
Yeah.
She paid 10 grand, and
Yeah,
it wasn't even done well
You see stories
for
all
a
the time
vanity.
about contractors that take gullible people.
Yeah, but they do it all the time. These people just pay because they don't know any better.
Yeah.
That's another class.
I can't sit
Plumbers, these type of people. What happened?
I can't sit one more second. I got to take a walk.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna shut this down. My muscles pulling and.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, great. Yeah. Thanks for the. Yeah. What's the final thought? Or you got a final thought?
Okay, it's just like always. I can't even remember what I used to say. It's been so long. Thanks a lot for
all your
coming
Simpsons
around.
are forgiven.
Let me do the right hand. All your Simpsons are forgiven. Thanks a lot for coming around, and most of all, thanks for being MGTOW. MGTOW.
See you, everybody. Take care. All right. I'll let you turn it off.